Você aí que tá vendo essa void, não sei se você tá vendo a void na Twitch, não sei se você tá vendo no YouTube, no nosso canal de void, que já vou falar sobre ele inclusive. Aqui no início das lives eu sempre procuro deixar um espaço para falar as coisas mais importantes. Normalmente ninguém vê essa parte online, porque entra no meio e isso aqui é só no início. Então, normalmente, se você vê essa mensagem, ou você é muito adiantado, ou você está vendo a void, né? Então, aqui no início eu sempre deixo uns avisos importantes, e também eu toco os replays aqui do pessoal que por acaso seguiu a gente ou fez alguma coisa enquanto estava offline. E se o seu alerta iria, se você fez alguma coisa que apareceria um alerta no meio da live, a gente dá um replay aqui nos que não foram vistos porque eu estava offline. Hoje a gente não tem nenhum, eu dei um replay aqui só de exemplo, mas não tem nada demais. De aviso, eu falei que eu ia upar essas voids da Twitch, que tem um prazo de validade de 14 dias, se eu não me engano, 14, 15 dias, uma média disso mais ou menos. E upar elas num canal do YouTube. Eu já estou fazendo esse upload, pelo menos todas as lives até agora já foram baixadas, mas parece que o segundo episódio está dando uns probleminhas porque ele fere uma das regras do YouTube, que é o tamanho máximo de duração, que é de 12 horas. E ele tem 12 horas e 5 minutos. Eu fiquei muito tempo fazendo upload e só pra ver se conseguia dar uma brechinha, né? Mas não teve jeito. Foram muito tempo de upload, depois desse upload ser terminado ainda tem muito tempo de processamento, e depois que o processamento ter terminado que o YouTube, enfim, descobre que o vídeo tem mais de 12 horas. Olha só que absurdo. Aí eu vou ter que fazer uma renderização dele cortando algumas partes. Cortar 5 minutos vai ser simples. Se eu tirar o tempo que eu vou no banheiro, provavelmente o tempo que eu vou no banheiro e o tempo que eu vou pegar mais café, provavelmente aí sai 1 hora fácil. Então esse é o de menos. Mas só queria dar esse aviso para quem por acaso estiver planejando em fazer um canal de voids. Uma curiosidade para se saber, né? Ou só uma curiosidade em si para você que é curioso pelas coisas do mundo em geral. E é isso, mas o que eu queria falar, o disclaimer maior não é sobre esses problemas com as regras do YouTube, e sim com o canal em si, que o canal já está sendo criado e as lives, ou em breve ele já vai estar disponível. Quer dizer, está sendo criado não, já foi criado, já está ocorrendo aí os trâmites para em breve essas lives que já passaram estarem documentadas devidamente. E também essa curiosidade aí que eu falei, abrir um outro parêntese para explicar que as lives agora vão ter uma duração máxima de no máximo 12 horas, né? Eu acho que isso aí eu não sei por que deveria ter, né? Tipo, eu não imaginei que eu fosse passar mais de 12 horas fazendo live. Eu não imaginei que eu fosse passar mais de 8 horas, 5 horas em média. Pra mim, eu acho que já estaria de boa, tipo, mais 8 horas. Na realidade, eu imaginei uma média de 4 horas. Agora, tipo, eu realmente ter que delimitar um prazo, um limite máximo, eu achei que eu não ia chegar a tanto. É isso que eu quis dizer. Mas é isso, vamos ao que interessa. Estamos aqui, deixa eu verificar aqui o nosso progresso. Estamos com 30% do game client da versão MVP do até então não nomeado, mas provisoriamente nomeado como car ou care? A pronúncia sempre precisa ser estudada aqui, né? É car.
Car.
Car Stunts Online, ou acrobacias de carros online. Carros acrobáticos? Não, aí seriam stunt cars, sei lá. Mais um nome totalmente genérico aqui. Aproveitei que eu abri aqui o Discord sem querer. E eu queria dar uma lembrada aí do exclamação Discord que você abre aí, você recebe um convite para o nosso canal no Discord, né, o nosso servidor no Discord, para vocês poderem entrar e aí poderem encontrar outras pessoas que têm interesse no game dev, né, trocar uma ideia, fazer um networking, ou sei lá. Eita, vazou. Vazou o máximo ali. Vazou aqui também o vazou também. Nossa, olha só que meme inapropriado, hein? Mas. O que eu tava dizendo? Vamos aproveitar e abrir aqui também o Visual Studio. Eu normalmente, antes de começar a live, eu já tô até perdendo aqui o costume, mas antes de começar a live, eu costumo já abrir aqui um ambiente pra gente já começar como no Strings, né? Mas por algum motivo eu esqueci como é que as coisas funcionam. Tá, o Player Controller eu acho que ele já está aceitável, eu não lembro como ele está de fato. Eu não lembro, eu não sei se eu marquei ele por ele já estar aceitável, mas não acabado. Tipo, muito provavelmente ele deve estar aceitável para o MVP, mas não acabado em relação ao game inteiro. Eu acho que deve ter sido por isso que eu não lembro, porque eu marquei na última vez, mas provavelmente, nem como está o estado dele, mas provavelmente eu devo ter marcado por isso. Os modelos dos carros, que eu já tinha feito desde o início. Customização dos carros, dos veículos na realidade, do player, já está funcionando. E aqui, acho que se eu não me engano, eu estava trabalhando no gerenciador dos cenários. Os modelos dos cenários eu ainda não fiz nada. Quer dizer, eu fiz lá umas coisas para explicar o padrão das variações de prefabs através de um prefab base, mas nada que realmente vai ser usado no game em si, mas eu acho que para o MVP é bem válido até. Minigame controller tava em... Deixa eu silenciar aqui esse celular. Senão ele vai ficar tirando minha concentração. Eu consigo compartilhar meu próprio stories? Consigo nada, é duríssimo. Ou se tem como fazer isso, eu não sei. Então, vamos deixar o celularzinho aqui de cantinho. O controlador do minigame em si, os minigames ainda não têm as regras deles, não estão definidos, então acho que nem vale eu contar o quão progredido, não dá nem para mim mensurar o progresso disso por enquanto. O controlador do multiplayer. API, se eu não me engano, eu estava mexendo com, ao mesmo tempo, os controladores de cena, na realidade não são de cenários, acho que deve ter aqui o Scene Manager, controlador de cena e login e também de servidor ao mesmo tempo, porque eles vão acabar se cruzando, mas eu estava imaginando isso com o conceito de fake API, que é uma coisa que eu tinha explicado antes. Que eu não sei se provavelmente alguém deve fazer isso também, mas que eu falei que é uma parada que eu costumo fazer, tipo, da minha própria cabeça, imputar lá hardcoded num padrãozinho de como a API vai ser chamada no futuro quando ela estiver funcionando, para fins de teste, né? Basicamente, quando eu falar de API fake ou fake API, ou coisa assim, é exatamente isso que eu quero. É exatamente isso que eu tô me referindo. Ahn, deixa eu verificar outra coisa aqui também. Estou com 1 zilhão de abas abertas aqui, calma lá. Prontinho, voltei. Aí eu acho que para as coisas começarem a ficar interessante, eu não sei se a gente começa a mexer com API fake a nível de aplicação ou se a gente já começa a mexer com API fake a nível de servidor, né? Eu acho que seria interessante a gente já dar uns starts nas APIs a nível de servidor, né? Então vamos criar uma API, um servidor HTTP em Go para ver, para a gente já começar a dar os primeiros passos, né? Vamos olhar pelo próprio YouTube para se dar bom. Como criar sua primeira API em minutos? GoLang Dev.
Hey guys, eu sou o Lucas. Eu criei o meu negócio online com o Wix e ele continua crescendo
Hi everyone, it's Elliot from tutorialize.net, and in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you exactly how you can create your own incredibly simple REST API using Go. Now, as always, the full text version of this tutorial is available on my website, and I'll be leaving a link to this tutorial in the description below. So REST is everywhere these days, from websites to enterprise applications. The RESTful architecture style is a powerful way of providing communication between separate software components. Now, if you wish to learn more about REST APIs, then I've got an article titled What are REST APIs? And again, I'll leave a link to that in the description below. So coming into our favourite code editor of choice, we're going to get started and create a very simple server which can handle HTTP requests. Now, to get started, we're going to create a file called main.go. Within this main.go file, we're going to want to create 3 distinct functions. A homepage function that will handle all requests to our root URL, a handle request function that will match the URL path hit with a function defined, and a main function which will act as the entry point to our simple REST server. So let's get started. Package main, let's close this, and then we'll define our list of imports. So import.
Primeiro vamos olhar aqui na documentação oficial, né? Que eles provavelmente devem ter um getting start que de fato tem. Padrão para a maioria das tecnologias, se não todas. Instrução de download. Tá, baixamos o instalador aqui, imaginando que só dá next já vai de boa. Mudar aqui a pasta de instalação, será que vale a pena? Vou mudar para o do HD. Tá, instalar, recordar, pronto. Vamos lá, bem simples mesmo. Tá, instalando, começando, aqui mesmo. Calma lá que eu já vou criar uma pasta aqui para o nosso servidor, que eu não sei se ele vai ser separado. Quer dizer, no mundo ideal seria legal criar uma separação a nível de funções, né? Tipo, a nível de microserviços, na realidade. Mas de início a gente faz pelo menos uma separação de API e servidor multiplayer, servidor de WebSocket. Vou criar aqui então uma pasta. Instantes. Instantes. Back end. Daí dentro dela a gente cria instantes. Eita, calma. Nossa, apaguei o negócio com um simples clique de nada. Instante backend. Instantes API. Instantes MultiPlayer server. Tá, a gente tem essa pasta aqui então. Não sei se vai estar bem visível aí, espero que esteja. Aqui em exibir, vamos colocar no modo detalhes. Beleza, temos a pasta API e a pasta do multiplayer. Vamos começar aqui com a API. O Go acabou de ser instalado. Vamos aqui em abrir com code. Caso isso aqui não apareça, é porque você fez a instalação incorreta do code, ou você simplesmente não ativou essa opção de abrir com code. Mas uma das opções é segurar Shift, apertar o botão direito e selecionar aqui abrir janela do PowerShell. Você dá um code, vai abrir essa pasta aqui no PowerShell. Você dá um code ponto, vai ser a mesma coisa daquele abrir no code, abrir com code, na realidade. Vamos abrir essa pasta aqui. E aqui tem um explorador e você pode dar um Ctrl aspas, parece. Go version. Brabo. É bem esquisita a forma de mostrar aqui, mas beleza. 1.17 Windows AMD. Eu nem vi se era esse comando mesmo. Realmente é um traço V ou alguma coisa assim. É Go version. Tá, já instalamos. Se eu não me engano, eu tinha visto alguma coisa sobre criar todos os projetos de Ghost precisam estar em uma parte específica. Vou ver se
Will
esse
match
cara
the
aqui
URL
fala
path hit.
depois.
Hi everyone, it's Elliot from tutorialized.net, and in this tutorial I'm going to be showing you exactly how you can create your own incredibly simple REST API using Go. Now, as always, the full text version of this tutorial is available on my website, and I'll be leaving a link to this tutorial in the description below. So REST is everywhere these days, from websites to enterprise applications. The RESTful architecture style is a powerful way of providing communication between separate software components. Now, if you wish to learn more about REST APIs, then I've got an article titled What are REST APIs? And again, I'll leave a link to that in the description below. So coming into our favourite code editor of choice, we're going to get started and create a very simple server which can handle HTTP requests. Now, to get started, we're going to create a file called main.go. Within this main.go file, we're going to want to create 3 distinct functions.
Você sabe por que
Aprenda Go em 2 minutos, brabo.
Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and in this video we're going to talk about GoLang, or also known as Go programming language. Now I know many of the times some of you have already started to understand and think a lot about Go language, but majority of the time what you have done is either you have downloaded Go directly, have written some code, or you just come up here and say, oh, this is how I write a package, I import a package, I write a main function, and probably instead of this Chinese, you might be saying something like hello world, just like that, if I can write that. And you simply go ahead and run this program and simply say, oh, that is how I run a hello world in Go. And let me also tell you, if your approach is directly getting started with this language by installing it and just writing the hello world program, you're not going to go very far. At best, you're going to go till functions, or probably loops, or maybe a nearby subject. And that is not where this language shines. This language is not shining just because it has a new syntax of declaring variables. It doesn't shine because it has a new syntax of writing functions and loops. No, that is not the case at all. The reason why this language is shining so much in 2020 because it is too much mature now for adaptation in the real world production, and a whole bunch of other things that you need to understand. But if you're not excited about what's happening behind the language, why is it coming out, why is it shining, who created this language, why we are moving and adopting this language, that excitement is necessary to understand and master this language. And that's what exactly we'll be doing in this series. So let's get started, and let me officially start the series about the GoLang. Now, in this series, I'll walk you through about the GoLang, and not only just the functions and loops, but we're going to talk a whole lot about the in-depth and advanced topics on the GoLang. But of course, that requires a lot of patience, and I'm pretty sure you got that. So first and foremost, let's go ahead and talk about the Go, and one very important thing about the Go is what's in the name. Is it Go or is it GoLang? What should I call this language? Now, this language is called as GoLang, and whenever you're going to do any search, whenever you're stuck in any program, you want to look for more resources, you definitely are going to be talking about GoLang. Google also knows that if you're going to name the language as simply Go, it is too much hard to beat the algorithm and just name this language at the very first result of when somebody searches for Go. That's why, to make the life of developers easy, they are calling it as GoLang every single place. Yes, the official name of language is just Go, but whenever the articles are there, or search is there, or any Medium article or Stack Overflow article, they're always going to call this as GoLang. And after this particular video, you're also going to call this every single place as GoLang. Now, moving on to the next important question, and this is the most important one. Where is Go competing? Is it competing in mobile development? Is it competing in machine learning or anything else? Go is actually competing in just one arena as of now, and that's where its major focus is as of now, which is backend, and only the only backend. You're going to see majority of the libraries are focusing on just the backend, or somehow taking the major advantage of whatever the hardware is present at the backend. Surely, we can work on the front-end system of the client side as well, but that's not where this language is majorly shining on. The major features are actually utilized and can be utilized only on the backend. Now, there are a couple of more interesting questions and which are related to this Go, and that are in the data size. So next obvious question is, who should use this Go language? I'm launching a startup, should I use it? And the answer, it depends how much you are looking up to scale in the application. If you look up at the simple scenario where people want to use on the Go, I'll give you some of the definitive guide for that. So the major question that is going to answer this question that should I use Go or not is in the data size. So if I'm having a small data size, probably 100,000 users, it's not a big deal for as of now. Any system can handle that, any backend can handle that. When data grows on to the mid-size, that's also acceptable and is debatable. Should we move on to a Go-based backend system, or probably Node, or probably PHP? But when it comes to the G-size data, and by the G you can assume as giant size data, but I rather like to call it as Google size data. Now, many companies are there which are not up to the Google size, but they are dealing with the giant size of data and processing of this data. Companies like Uber, companies like Amazon, companies like Twitch, they are just dealing with enormous amount of data, and many of them are real-time data. If your company is handling and scaling at a G-size data, then obviously Go can be one of the places where you can have an implementation. So what are the features that Go provide us, apart from regular stuff like declaring variables and a whole bunch of other things? Now, again, if you're trying to implement the Go, these are few things I would like to mention that, yeah, if you're dealing with the data with these are the problems, yeah, Go can be a really good help. The first one is the low latency. Now, world is not really that of a big place after the internet, and latency is something which a lot of people are worried about. They don't want their users to wait while the data is coming from the Northern America to India, or from New Zealand to South America, something like that. So this latency issue can be reduced down to a lot, and that is the reason why Twitch adopted this, just for having a low latency. Apart from that, garbage collection. I know many languages are associated with having a powerful garbage collection, but we're going to talk about them in a second. But surely this garbage collection is the thing if you're worried too much about. Go can give you a lot of support in the garbage collection, and in the recent update, it's ridiculously fast. You won't even notice, and that's actually on the benchmark scale. It is ridiculously fast. If you're worried about the GPU power and its utilization, then surely Go is your best bet to bet on. Now, many companies like Uber, they deal ridiculously fast. You won't even notice, and that's actually on the benchmark scale. It is ridiculously fast. If you're worried about the GPU power and its utilization, then surely Go is your best bet to bet on. Now, many companies like Uber, they deal up with the data in so much of the GPU power. Like, for example, this Uber app consumes a lot of data for analytics and doing a whole bunch of other things. In simple world, if you've ever heard about the traveling salesman problem, Uber deals with this kind of a problem, but their problem, traveling salesman problem, is on steroid. And in that case, it requires a lot of GPU power, and that's where the Go shines in. Another, the most important thing about the Go is its concurrency support. And this support is not coming up from any library, it's actually built in. It's cooked up in the language. And with this concurrency things actually brings us to another important couple of questions that we need to answer before getting started with the Go. Now, one of the thing is why we need a new language. We have already got some of the amazing languages. If you talk about the speed, we got C, C++. If you talk about the garbage collection and stuff, we got Java. And if you talk about the easiness, we all know we got Python here as well. Now, Go is competing in the new paradigm. You'll see this in articles quite a lot, that if Go, you want to define Go, it's 21st century C programming language. Go takes a lot of syntax from the languages like C and Java and makes it ridiculously fast. One of the reasons why these languages are not up to mark in today's era is because of their design year and later fix. Languages like C and C++, they are fast, but their compile time is ridiculously slow. We have all seen that these languages are slow in compile time. Surely the later result is fast, but the compile time is notoriously slow. Other languages do support things like concurrency, but that's not a cooked in support. They later on delivered these fixes about having the concurrencies, and at best you can call them as like band-aids, nothing more than that. Now, Go comes up with these concurrency features at a cooked in stage. Another thing is in the design year. When the languages like C++, Python, or Java were designed, the support of the memory was not really that much of a big thing. We at most were talking about 1 gigs of RAM, and now even in our mobile phones we are having 8 gigs of RAM and 12 gigs of RAM. This is too much. And now these languages are by default taking advantage of this high memory or GPU processing power at a default. Go shines it at exactly this place. But can I talk about these concurrencies and all these things directly? No, I cannot. I have to talk about Go routines for that first. And in order to talk about Go routines, I have to talk about loops and functions and a whole bunch of other things. Now, one other thing which you're going to see on the Go page directly up here, I want to, and I'll bring this back again and again in this entire series, is the efficiency. This is the one point which is there entirely in the documentation, and you're going to see why this is there right from the start of the variable declaration. Go focuses a lot on the efficiency of the software, and I've never seen a language being so much stick to this one word, which is efficiency, a lot. Now, apart from this is the exact line that I picked up from the official documentation. Its concurrency mechanism makes it easy to write programs that get most out of the multi-core and network machine. Now, these multi-core machines are fairly new. Might not be that much new to you, but compared to those programming languages when they were invented, they were released out in the market, there was no such multi-core processing, no such high memory usage and stuff like that. Go takes the full advantage of these multi-cores, and that's where it shines the most. So as of now, companies really are looking and thinking into Go, but it's not easy to find programmers who are having skill knowledge of Go. Now, I'm not talking about the language of knowledge of writing loops and functions. Go has its own syntax and its own things like panics and Go routines and concurrency, and it takes time to get an efficiency in that. And unless and until there are a plethora of YouTube tutorials talking about these Go routines and concurrency and multi-core support, it's not going to be easy for companies to find out these awesome and amazing programmers. So that's what I'm trying to do, put out some more resources on the Go. Now, before we go ahead and end this video, I would like to give you a quick assignment as well. And I'm not asking you to change your fan side. Go ahead and be a fan of Elon Musk or maybe Jack Ma or maybe Bill Gates or somebody else. It's okay. But I would like to give you an assignment of finding more about these three guys, Rob Pike, Ken Thompson, and Robert. And I highly recommend you to look at their work history. And I'm pretty sure you'll be amazed and will become a fan of at least one of them. You're going to see so much of the work history, things like UTF-8, things like JVM, Hotspot, Unix, and a whole bunch of other things is there. And of course, these guys are behind the Go programming language as well. So that's why I'm saying take a minute or two to find and read more about these guys. They are awesome. They bring so much to us in the community. So it's at least our job and our duty to take and read a little bit at least about them. So that's your introduction to GoLang. I hope you are pretty excited about getting started with this series, as I am. In the next video, we're going to do our installation and we'll do our classic hello world, but definitely with some twist. So that's it for this video. Make sure you hit that subscribe button to this channel, and I'm going to catch you up in the next video.
Pô, God, não conheço esse
Question.
cara.
Would you build a website
Quer dizer,
for
na
a
verdade eu conheço
major brand
pouquíssimos
with more than 200 million users using Wix?
Hey there everyone.
youtubers dev que não são aqui do Brasil.
Video, and in this
Justamente
video,
porque tem uma gama gigantesca.
Go series, we're going to learn how to install Go and run our very first program. In case you have watched the video somewhere else or maybe in some other courses where you have already know about the Go. Hey there everyone, Hitesh here, back again with another video, and in this video of our Go series, we're going to learn how to install Go and run our very first program. In case you didn't grab the tools, so we're going to download the Go, so we are going to talk about that in a second. Okay, stuff, a very easy one. For me also, it's comparatively easy, so I'm going to go a lot more than that. In the Go, you're going to notice that the simplicity is being spoken about a lot. So what is going to happen? Some people like to write their code in this syntax, while some people like to write the code in this syntax. Go even take care of this as well so that everybody sees the code in the same format. And if you use the utility format, you can restructure your entire packages and code so that everybody just sees the exact same version of the formatted code. A lot of things are very fun and very fancy in the Go, and I love this feature. So moving back, similarly, we have Go get to get some things from the repository and a whole bunch of other things, and Go is super fun in that. So a lot of tools are given to you. And now let's talk about this environment. Now there are many environment variables being set for you by the Go, but there are two very much important which are Go root and Go workspace. Now they are not exactly the same. For understanding purposes, I'm calling them as Go root and Go workspace. I'll tell you what exactly the name is as we move forward. The two important things that you have to keep in mind is Go root is where all the binaries to run the program are stored in the Go root directory, while the workspace is actually the folder where you put all of your code. And it's not like we can put the code just the way how we want it. Go tells you to specifically place and organize your code in a very strict directory structure that you should follow. But the good news is we're not going to be following that, because that directory structure is expected to be followed if you're pushing up your project in production or you're moving that onto a public repository where anybody can take advantage of your code. Rather, we are on a mission of first your project in production or you're moving that onto a public repository where anybody can take advantage of your code. Rather, we are on a mission of first simplifying the things like loops and structures, and having these directory structure in every single file like loops and functions is not feasible for us. So we're going to understand this directory structure. These directory structure in every single file like loops and functions is not feasible for us. So we're going to understand this directory structure. We're going to dig up a little bit onto the code part, that how Go actually mentions that in the documentation. And yes, just like always, I'm going to force you to read a little bit of the documentation. I'll walk you through there, and that's how we're going to proceed. So moving forward, so how does this directory structure works? So according to the basic guideline of the Go documentation, first and foremost, you create a project. You can name it anything, Superman or Batman, doesn't really matter. Now inside that, you have to create a couple of directories. The first one is bin and the second one is package. So obviously the name specifies bin holds all of your binaries. The package, all of the packages that you're creating or you're getting from online are majorly stored in there, but not compulsory. And after that, we create the source in which our major code actually goes. But after this source is a little bit of a nightmare of creating these directory structure, but it is a long-term advantage. You first name the website or the repository where you're hosting all of the things, probably GitHub or any other repository where you're hosting all these things online. After that, you put out your username. Mine happened to be my name only. And then after you create your directory structures, where you're hosting all these things online. After that, you put out your username. Mine happened to be my name only. And then after you create your any other repository where you're hosting all these things online. After that, you put out your username. Mine happened to be my name only. And then after you create your directory structures, either file name like main.go or hello world inside that main.go. So this is the directory structure being specified by the Go itself, but we're going to take a bit of the depth of it. Now it's time that we simply install the Go, and I'll talk more about this, some of these directory structure and some of the inside details as well. So first, let's open this up, and there we go, my installer opens up. So in the Windows also, it's exactly same. We're gonna hit continue, install, and it's gonna ask me for password. I wish my keyboard would have a touch screen. I can lay my fingers on it, just reads there. So it's gonna read it. Now, very importantly, if your terminal is open or your command prompt is open, please go ahead and you need to close that and start that again, so that all the variables or environment variables which Go is setting for you actually takes place. So it should be fairly fast for me. It's a pretty decent fast machine. And now in the meantime, we can just go ahead and it's almost done. So we're gonna just simply close this. And now if I open up my terminal or command prompt, Windows users, this is the exact time you want to install the git bash and want to run everything. So if I now check Go and check out the version of Go and I hit enter, it gives me a Go version. As of now, the latest for me is 1.137, but if you're using the later version, our code is going to be exactly same. These are the basics and should remain exactly same. Now, if I just run the Go and I hit enter, you can notice there are additional tools being given to me. Especially the commands that are given to me are bug, build, clean, doc, environment. So you can see there is a lot of list that is being given to us. Tool, version, which we have just used, and notice here we got FMT as well, which reformat the package source. Again, it's not just for printing the stuff, it reformats the...
Não tem init ou alguma coisa assim?
Here we got FMT as well. There are same, these are the basics and should remain exactly same. Now, if I just run the Go and I hit enter, you can notice there are additional tools being given to me. Especially the commands that are given to me are bug, build, clean, doc, environment. So you can see there is a lot of list that is being given to us. Tool, version, which we have just used, and notice here we got FMT as well, which reformat the package source. Again, it's not just for printing the stuff, it reformats the entire package source, so everybody who's reading the code sees the exact same lines and exact same stuff in the exact formatting. So we're going to work on that as well. Now let's go ahead and try this env as well and talk a little bit more on that. So I'm going to just clean the screen and I'm going to simply say I want to work on env, or I want to just list all the environment variables in front of me. Okay, there's a lot going on. First and foremost, the Go root. This is the most important, and this is where this package has installed Go in my system. For Windows users, it's pretty simple. It's just C drive colon Go. So pretty easy there. Now this is the most important thing. This will help you to run all system. For Windows users, it's pretty simple. It's just C drive colon Go. So pretty easy there. Now this is the most
Será? Calma lá, deixa eu dar uma checada. Ué. Tá bom, né?
important thing. This will help you to run all the files. Okay, there's a lot going on. First and foremost, the Go root. This is the most important, and this is where this package has installed Go in my system. For Windows users, it's pretty simple. It's just C drive colon Go. So pretty easy there. Now this is the most important thing. This will help you to run all the files. Now another interesting thing, if I can find it somewhere, is the working directory where you have got the Go. So if I can find it, there we go. There is the Go path. So Go path is the exact directory which I was talking just a moment ago. So if I go back up here, this is the one I was talking about, that we have Go root and Go workspace. So this is the exact directory I was talking about, and this is the workspace. So where's my workspace? There we go. Go path. So as of default, the Go path simply means this is the directory where you'll be keeping all of your files, and you'll be working there. Talking about that we have go path, some go. So let's go ahead and try this. The code sees the exact same lines and exact that. So I'm gonna just, okay, there's a lot going on. I'm gonna simply say I want to work on E and V, or I want to just
Go env, não é go workspace.
list all the environment variables in front of me. Okay, there's a lot going on. First and foremost, the Go root. This is the most important, and this is where this package has installed Go in my system. For Windows users, it's pretty simple. It's just C drive Go. So pretty easy there. Now this is the most important thing. This will help you to run all the files. Now another interesting thing, if I can find it somewhere, is the working directory where you have got the Go. So if I can find it, there we go. There is the Go path. So Go path is the exact directory which I was talking just a moment ago. So if I go back up here, this is the one I was talking about, that we have Go root and Go workspace. So this is the exact directory I was talking about, and this is the workspace. So where's my workspace? There we go, Go path. So as of default, the Go path simply means this is the directory where you'll be keeping all of your files and you'll be working there. Now there are a couple of ways we can change this file and path and a whole bunch of other things, but we're going to do it easy way through VS Code. So just give me a second for that. Now let's go ahead, and I want you to read a little bit more on the Go documentation so that we can see how originally and professionally the document structure is being created. So we're going to go for /doc and then /code.html. So this is the link where you might want to visit. So how to write a Go code? Now they are saying that we are very much curious about the code organization, and you should organize your code in a nice structured manner. So just like we have seen, we have lots of programs like Go environment and Go all those stuffs. The one program that they ask you to use is Go mod. So as soon as you create the directory structure, which I've told you, like this is cd hello, then you have got a github.com, then a username, and then whatever your file name is, you really want to insert that path using Go mod in it. This is very crucial if you're pushing your directory or repository on a public level. Okay. What this mod is going to do, it's going to create a simple file, go.mod, which is very similar to package.json in the npm world. What it does, it gives you a it's going to create a simple file, go.mod, which is very similar to package.json in the npm world. What it does, it gives you a module name and the entire, and this path is going to be later on useful for us if you're using go get command, but let's not go too much into that. What this mod is going to do, it's going to create a simple file, go.mod, which is very similar to package. So just like we have seen, we have lots of programs like Go environment and Go all those stuffs. The one program that they ask you to use is Go mod. So as soon as you create the directory structure, which I've told you, like this is cd hello, then you have got a github.com, then a username, and then whatever your file name is, you really want to insert that path using Go mod in it. This is very crucial if you're pushing your directory or repository on a public level. Okay. What this mod is going to do, it's going to create a simple file, go.mod, which is very similar to package.json in the npm world. What it does, it gives you a module name and got it about the code organization, and you should organize your code in a nice structured manner. So just like we have seen, we have lots of programs like Go environment and Go all those stuffs. The one program that they ask you to use is Go mod. So as soon as you create the directory structure, which I've told you, like this is cd hello, then you have got a github.com, then a username, and then whatever your file name is, you really want to insert that path using Go mod in it. This is very crucial if you're pushing your directory or repository on a public level. Okay. What this mod is going to do, it's going to create a simple file, go.mod, which is very similar to package.json in the npm world. What it does, it gives you a module name and the entire, and this path is going to be later on useful for us if you're using go get command. But let's not go too much into that. That's too much detail for right now. And this path is going to, which is very similar to package.json in the npm world. What it does, it gives you a module name and the entire, and this path is going to be later on useful for us if you're using go get command. But let's not go too much into that. That's too much detail for right now. It also mentions the Go version number, which is very, very important. And after that, you can just create a file like hello.go. We're going to do that later on, but right now that's okay, and we can see all those stuff here. Okay, so that is all fun. That is all awesome. And then it also mentions that if you want to change the environment variables, you can go ahead and do that. But luckily for us, we are at a position right now that we can resolve a whole lot of these issues just within the VS Code. So that is the easiest path, both for Windows, both for Mac, and for Linux as well. But in case you want to look more on the environment variable, you can just go ahead, click on these links, and they give you explicit detail about how you can have custom paths about Go workspace, or as the mention they say is Go path. I think this variable, if that would be Go workspace, that would be way more awesome, but I think they have done a better job what I can think for. Okay, so this is all good. Now we're going to create a directory structure there. So let's go ahead and do that through the terminal only. So we're going to go first and foremost on desktop, and I'm going to create a directory. So I'm going to name this directory as lco GoLang bootcamp. I'm going to give a lot of these files to you attached with the lectures, so don't worry too much on that. And now we're going to go on lco GoLang bootcamp. Inside that also, I'm going to create a directory. I'll be creating a whole bunch of these directories so that we can organize our code. I'm going to name this as 01 basics. There we go. And then we can just go ahead and simply move into 01 basics. I think I haven't set my code editor to just open up by saying code. No, it is not being set. I'll set that in a moment. So as of now, let me fire up my code editor. There we go. This is up here. And I can just drag and drop my folder. So where's my folder? Come on. There we go. And in the basics, we're going to go ahead and just fire this basics up here so that it opens up in my code editor. Now, the most important thing is you want to follow these things very closely. Make sure you follow that, otherwise you'll have some problems, okay? Now, in the basics, I would like to organize the code in the basics like directly. I'm going to simply want to write a hello world.go program. I'm going to call this as simply hello.go. If I wrote it correct, I think so. Hello.go. Now, as soon as you're going to say .go, the IntelliJ inside the VS Code is like super powerful. So I'm going to in the basics, I would like to organize the code in the basics like directly. I'm going to simply want to write a hello world.go program. I'm going to call this as simply hello.go. If I wrote it correct, I think so. Hello.go. Now, as soon as you're going to say .go, the IntelliJ inside the VS Code is like super powerful. So I'm going to hit enter, and notice at the bottom side it says Go extension is recommended for this file. I'm going to hit on install. So now it's going to go ahead and install this guy up here, but also the other pop-up is important, which says, hey, there are commands and utilities like Go outline and a whole bunch of other, which is going to make our life much more easier rather than setting up the variables. We will do that later on when we'll be creating custom web projects and stuff. I want to click on install all. So go ahead and click on install all. As soon as you're going to do this, this is going to install a whole bunch of things for us. And we can see that we got a Go Play, Go Doctor, and a whole bunch of other things. Now, depending on your internet speed, this might take a little bit while, but it's obviously worth waiting here. Otherwise, we have to go through, manually install the stuff, manually export the path into our bash file, zsh file, and maybe other things in the Windows environment variable and a whole bunch of other things. That is always a great way, but this is the easier way to go forward. So I'll wait for a couple of seconds till it does all the things. We can fast forward the video. So it says all tools successfully installed, you are ready to go. Okay, that's a great news. Now let's go ahead and see some of the stuff. Right now our file doesn't have any code. So we can take advantage of this, and we are going to go onto the main directory or the main homepage of this. I'm going to copy from the package till the end of this file because we have already seen if we run this, this works. So let's go ahead and open that again. So there we go. And I can minimize this one. Okay, I'm going to just paste this up here. Okay, looks great. I'm going to go ahead and open the inbuilt terminal. By the way, you can open it up by using Control and the tilde sign just below your escape key. So just hit that, and that's going to be all it. Okay, so how we can run this? First and foremost, I need to save this. That's okay, pretty easy. And now, in order to run this, all I have to say go and then run and then the file name. So in this case, my file name is just hello.go. If I run this, obviously this is going to run. So now this is running because our environment variable and path are all set. Thanks to, and a big thanks to all the tools that were installed by VS Code. I love it, by the way. Now I'm going to show you some one more fun stuff with that, and that's going to be very, very fun. And we're going to discuss about that later on in the course. So right now, let's just write just some fun code and see some strange things about this. So we're going to simply go ahead and do a simply var. I'm going to call this as simply score, and that's going to be of type integer. We're going to discuss that in detail, don't worry. I'm going to say just 4 here, okay? Now, in order to print this variable, all I have to do is remove everything from here and just have to say score. Pretty easy, pretty fancy stuff. Save that, and now go ahead and run this one more time. Expected result is going to come. It's going to say, hey, 4 is there. But now, interestingly, if I just remove this and I say hello again, and now if I save this, this is going to give me an error. And that is the very fun thing I love about this. So it says score declared and not used. Although we're not making any mistake, but if a variable is declared and not being used, it throws up an error even before compiling. So again, moving back onto the point, which is efficiency, simplicity, and reliability. I'm going to throw up a lot of such examples to prove that yes, this is a language designed for efficiency again and again. So I think that's enough. We have run our very first program in that, and I'm going to give you a lot of things. I'm going to just comment this for a moment, and we're going to talk about that later on in a whole detail. So in case you haven't yet subscribed to my channel, go ahead and do that, and we're going to have
God do God. Vamos ver se já tá funcionando aqui as coisas. O que se a gente colocar um index.com, isso é uma boa? Fazendo as instalações que ele recomendou, né? Eu acredito que seja uma boa. Meu café já tá geladaço. Mas é a vida. Enquanto isso, a gente já pode copiar aquele código da documentação. Tentar dar um run nele para ver se tá tudo ok. Cadê? Onde que eu tava instalando? PowerShell. Ah, ainda tá instalando aqui saída. Okay. Beleza, eu imagino que já esteja funcionando. Era qual o comando? Go run index.go. Brabo. Agora vamos tentar uma coisa. Go run ponto. Go modifier not find current direct on go happy modules. Eu tenho que criar um go.mod. Da hora. O projeto. Esse aqui é o projeto em si. Vou ter que ver na documentação então. Instalação, criando um módulo. Será que eu posso dar um go mod? Calma. Go mod traço init? Não, só init. Ponto. O projeto em si tem que ser considerado como um módulo. Create a full module. Tá, vamos então criar um como exemplo primeiro, que eu acho melhor, né? Seguir exatamente como está na documentação. Criei aqui? Ah, criei no meio. Beleza. Ah, tá, eu achei que ia criar uma pasta. Beleza. Calma lá, deixa eu tentar uma coisa aqui. Go run ponto. Tá, isso não faz muito sentido, mas beleza, né? Tá funcionando. Ah, tá. Acho que essa função main aqui que tá definindo. Tô pensando com a cabeça de Node.js ainda. Tá, esse projeto aqui a gente não liga agora. Que isso? Tá, go mod init exemplo ponto example 2, sei lá. Parece que esses módulos não são a nível. Não são projetos em si. Putz, então tem que colocar isso aqui tudo em uma pasta. Toma lá.
A homepage function that will handle all requests to our root URL, a handle request function that will match the URL path hit with a function.
Fala onde é que eu tô. Escrevi.
So much of fun with Go in the upcoming videos. Catch you up in the next one. Although we're not making any
Putz, que merda que eu tô fazendo? Que? Não preciso salvar, né? Uma boa. Que é isso? Tá, então esse commod tide é o node init, node install ou yarn install, não lembro. Qual que usa qual que usa install, qual que usa init. Mas é bem nessa pegada mesmo. De instalar as dependências. No caso ele vai configurar esses imports aqui. GoSum. Ah, tá. Tá, então pra gente criar o nosso módulo, eu tô confundindo módulos com pacotes. Na minha cabeça era a mesma coisa. E são a mesma coisa na realidade. Ou eram pra ser, se não me engano. Vamos criar aqui então uma pasta não, um arquivo.go que vai ser o, sei lá, exemplo 2. Vamos lá. Exemplo 2.go. E que a gente tem um exemplo 2. Tá, pelo visto vou ter que abrir isso aqui em outra pasta. Abrindo o explorador, aqui no Instances API vamos criar aqui um example 2. Vou mover tudo do exemplo 2 aqui para cá. E que a gente abre no code de novo. Certo? Go run ponto. Ah tá, não era pra mim. Não era pra mim rodar isso aqui diretamente, mas imagino então que se eu criar uma func main hello jovem, preciso colocar um ponto e vírgula, alguma coisa do tipo, não? Ai Deus. Eu posso declarar sem o var. Da hora. Ou era isso? Não. Ou era isso? Será? Não. Ai, ai, tá bom. Beleza, continua rodando. Agora como tava? Go Tide, era só isso? Não, algo me diz que não, hein? Go Tide. Não foi. Então agora a gente vai dar um import no sample ué. Sample 2 ponto... Deixa eu ver o que tinha aqui. Hello. Hello, jovem. Agora a gente dá um go mod tide. Então vamos mudar aqui então o nome, porque eu acho que não ficou muito legal. Ai, ai. Tá, eu acho que é uma boa então. Vou reler essa documentação aqui que tentar fazer na pressa. Criando o módulo. Tá, a pasta do Go Modules. Acho que a gente encontra ali naqueles env. Tá, para ser mais rápido, eu acho que esse cara aqui deve colocar isso em algum vídeo.
How y'all doing? Now I'm back here again, and today, it's time to finally learn how to keep those pesky third-party dependencies you are inevitably going to be using under control. Quick aside, okay, why'd you bump my camera, honey? Aside about dependency management in Go, it used to be a mess. You'll notice that Go has a lot of nice things sort of built into the toolchain. Formatting, testing, build tools, installation tools, all this nice stuff. But up until about 3 versions ago, it didn't have any dependency management tools built into it. So that meant that the community had to create their own. The problem is that there was not a one globally used solution. I believe there was 3 main ones used. One was called Dep, one was called, I think it was GoDep, and then it was called like GoVendor. This created some problems where, depending on if you went from project to project, you may have one team use Dep, another team use GoVendor, blah blah blah. You see where it might get a little confusing. But now, luckily, the Go toolchain now has its own built-in way of handling dependencies called modules, and that's what I'm going to be showing you how to what to use today in order to handle your dependencies. So I have a blank project, a blank directory here. There's nothing in here whatsoever. So check, it is empty. So we want to set this up to be able to use Go modules to handle the dependencies. So how do we do that? Well, there is a command you can run with Go called mod, which is basically what handles all the module stuff. And we do go mod, and then to start it, you do init. And as you see here from my history, you have to give it a name to initialize with. Typically, you pass in the URL, like the repository you're going to be storing this package in. If you're not really going to put this in a repository, it doesn't really matter. So I'm going to let this autocomplete. So if I was going to put this code in a repository, this is where I would put it, which is on my GitLab account under this name here called GitLang modules. If I run this, you'll see it's created a new go.mod file. And also I have some plugin on my terminal that's detected that, hey, this is a Go project and this is what version of Go it's using. So this has created a file here called GoMod. And if we look at it, you'll see right now there's only 2 things in it. There's the name of the module you're working on, which is what we just passed into GoMod init, and then what version of Go this module is using, which as of right now is 1.14. So how do we actually manage dependencies here? Well, let's just create a small little file here, right? So you notice there's already some boilerplate thrown in here from my plugin. So we're gonna get rid of this and oops, go back here. So I'm actually going to just do something that imports in some random dependency. I recently had to start doing some things with a package to interact with Discord. So let's just pull in the Discord. Why not? You'll see here it's called Discord Go, and this is what you do to use it. You do this right here. So I'm going to copy this because we already have an import statement, and we're going to pop back over here. And let's see, I'm going to wrap this in good old braces like this. Get this down here, and we're going to plop you in. Oops, I need to go back over here. Copy this again, please. Give me this. let's see, put this in. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'll just do it manually. Jesus, GitHub, how about nice? .com/bwmarin/discord. Go. So if we go look at this right quick, here's just a simple little snippet to do it with. So this is actually what I'm going to do. I'm gonna copy this. I should put that in there, and I'm actually going to get rid of this because I remember seeing that you could just pass in like a blank to basically get like an empty Discord session object. So I'm gonna do if error is nil. I'm just gonna check for error. fmt.println could not start session. Otherwise, fmt or println session, and then Discord. Okay. So right now, we don't actually have this third-party dependency installed. There's a couple ways that we can pull it down now. I think if we just do go run, it'll pull it anyway. The better way to do it more consistently, especially when you're both adding and removing dependencies, is you do go mod tidy, and that will actually pull it in if you don't already have it. And I believe if you're using Go modules, it will put it in your Go path that you have defined from when you have Go installed. It puts it in like a cache. So if you already have this in your cache, it doesn't actually pull it, that specific version that you're using. And if we should go look at our go.mod, you will see now there's a new line here. It says require, and it's that package we pulled in. Okay? I think it's good. And you'll also see now there's a go.sum. Now, I'm just going to cat it out so we can look at this. And you'll see, so here is the package I pulled in, right? Well, you'll notice there's some other things here. Why are these here? Well, the common train of thought would be is that, okay, Discord Go probably relies on these for some reason, which fair enough, probably does. In fact, if you want to find out why, there's actually a way you can do that with the module command in Go. So you can do go mod y-m to find out, like you're asking a question about a module. And so let's find out why Gorilla WebSocket's there. So we're going to github.com/Gorilla WebSockets. Can't spell. And this says, okay, Gorilla, starting from top down, usually the top one is the thing that you're with the module that you are in. So this is your module. Your module is consuming Discord Go, and Discord Go is consuming the WebSocket one. That tells you why that module's there. What about the crypto one? Let's find out about that one. So let's get rid of all this. Do golang.org as crypto, and see. Of course, your module is consuming Discord.go, which consumes this package called crypto/nacl/secretbox. Don't know what that does, but that's using it. So that helps you find out what these other packages are that will be installed along in your binary. So let's also say, for example, that you want a specific version of that package, right? So as you see, the newest version, I believe it said it was version 0.21.1, which will notice that this is also using a semantic versioning. It's modules, I think, actually more or less tries to like force you to use semantic versioning for a reason. And if we go to tags, let's say I want 0.20.3 specifically. Okay? I believe if we want to do that, we're going to do go get github.com bwmarin discord.go at version 0.20.3, like that. You see, it's pulling it because I did not have it cached locally. And if we go look at our go mod, this has updated to indicate that, hey, you are no longer using version, the one we were using, which is like 21.1. It's using the one we just told it to. If you want to, by default, I believe it always pulls the latest. Another way to make sure that you're using the latest is instead of doing the whole semantic version, you can actually just do the latest, and that will always pull the latest version of it. And you'll see that it's updated the mod file to use 21.1, which is what we're just using. Let's double check. There we go. It's changed again. Okay, so last thing that would probably be important is, or two things. Let's say that there may be times where you may want to vendor your dependencies. If you use Node and NPM, you are well aware what vendoring is. It basically downloads a local copy of your dependencies into your project. This tends to be useful if you have like a lot of dependencies and you're using something like some kind of build automation pipeline, and every time that your pipeline runs, you don't want it to have to pull, maybe dozens or hundreds of packages down to do a build. You just want they're already there and it just builds from them. So the easy way to do this is actually very easy. You just do go mod vendor, and it will put a new directory here called vendor that has all of a local copy of all of your dependencies there. I'm gonna go into LF and let's actually look at that. So you'll see in the vendor folder we have the github.com, which is where the actually looking. Put a new directory here called vendor that has all of a local copy of all of your dependencies there. I'm gonna go into LF and let's actually look at that. So you'll see in the vendor folder it's actually very easy. Packages down to do a build. You just want they're already there and it just builds from them. So the easy way to do this is actually very easy. You just do go mod vendor, and it will put a new directory here called vendor that has all of your local copy of all of your dependencies here. I'm gonna go into LF and let's actually look at that. So you'll see in the vendor folder we have the github.com, which is where the discord.go and the Gorilla packages come from, and then golang.org is where the crypto one comes from. And this also actually kind of gives you more detail about where each package is coming from. So you'll see there's a line there that says explicit, meaning like, hey, this is the dependency that I am explicitly using in my package. And then for each one of those, you can see its dependencies. So you can see that, let me just open this up. Okay, there we go. That WebSocket is using, or there's also, or was it Discord.go is using this, and that's using like all these sub packages from the crypto package. So yeah, that's how you get a local copy of your packages installed so that you can just move them along in your pipeline. And the last thing is, well, let's say that you've removed the dependencies. Let's go back into our main Go. Let's say I decided, I don't want to mess with this thing anymore. So we're gonna get rid of like, I want us to do fmt.println. I'm just gonna say hello world, right? And I'm just gonna delete all of this, and all this stuff gone. Bye, it's gone. So I'm gonna exit out of this. Now if we go to go.mod, it's still in here, right? But we don't need it anymore. But we also don't need the vendor dependencies anymore. Well, remember that command we ran to pull and update our Go mod file called tidy? If you run that, it also double checks to make sure whether anything that you have listed in your Go mod file and your vendor that's in your vendor directory is even still being used. If it's not, it cleans it all out. So I'm gonna run tidy. You'll notice, actually that's still there. That's very weird. Go mod. Okay. Oh, that's right. So if you want to completely get rid of the vendor thing too, I don't know if there's an easier way to do this, but if you run this now, it's going to say there are no dependencies of vendor, and it's gone. It's dead. And you'll also see that our Go mod again has nothing in here anymore. It's been cleaned up. And I guess Go sum would have, it's empty because there's no dependencies to check some against. But there you go. That is how you use Go modules to manage your dependencies. I believe if you're wondering how to migrate from one of the older tools to modules, so like dep or Go vendors or whatever, I could be wrong, but I believe in most of the cases, if you run Go mod init inside of a directory that has some of those like common files those produce, I think it actually reads them and actually translates them into a Go mod file. And then you can do the things where you run like Go mod tidy to install everything, cache it, and update your Go mod file, and then you can just get rid of the old stuff, and then that's basically like a painless transition. I think they did that on purpose because they understood that like there's 3 or 4 other packages that people are using to manage dependencies, and they want everybody on modules now because that's the built-in way in the tool chain to manage dependencies, and they wanted that transition to be as painless as possible. If you like the video, be sure to follow, subscribe, depends on wherever you're watching us at. Share the video if you think it would be helpful for someone else, or you just want to be a cool kid and share it with them. It'd help me out a lot, man. And if you would like to support these videos being made, I have links in the description of wherever this video is. Do that as well. And with that, y'all come on back now, and I'll see you next time.
Bode. Vou deixar esse vídeo aqui carregando. Quer dizer, na realidade nem precisa deixar ele carregando. Isso é só uma desculpinha pra eu dizer que eu vou
coding along and you run into a
trocar meu
problem.
cafezinho.
You do a Google.
Já esfriou a 1 milhão de horas. Voltei. Coffee Monstro, salve, salve, Gustavo da Hora Dev, sempre com a gente aí na humildade pura. Chegou agora? Aproveitei e peguei um pãozinho só pra mim ter alguma coisa pra mastigar. Cara, é realmente muito interessante. É muito bom ver a forma como as tecnologias acabam complementando as outras, porque essa forma de modularização da linguagem Go, do Go, ou do GoLang, como preferirem chamar, você vê que com certeza ela bebe muito da fonte de todos os outros gerenciamentos de pacotes anteriores, como por exemplo do, do Node, ou até dos próprios sistemas operacionais, como por exemplo o Linux. E ele busca complementar, tipo, segue os passos e também cria os próprios padrões de uma forma que resolve muitos problemas que eu ainda nem sequer imaginei que iria ter nessas outras formas que já funcionavam anteriormente. Ele não chega a resolver problemas exatamente. O que ele faz é resolver problemas de outras formas que acabam ser bem mais performáticas do que as soluções anteriores, que já funcionavam bem, mas ele acaba fazendo o mesmo, só que de uma forma bem melhor e bem mais abrangente. Sim, tava dormindo pós-almoço, acordei agora, humilde. God.
So nothing, you are nothing.
Vamos descobrir então tudo que a gente... Eu vou espirrar. Tudo que você deve saber sobre os módulos do Go. Provavelmente deve ter muita coisa relacionada que a gente acabou de assistir. Mas vamos lá.
So nothing, you are nothing, you hear me? Do not tell them anything. Do not tell them anything. I wasn't here. I was just having some fun, alright? I'm just gonna leave. You know what? I was just here for this thing. I've been looking for it. I don't know why did I carry all those buckets.
Esse mascote do Go é bizarro. É meio esquisitinho. Quer dizer, é diferenciado. Não chega a ser feio, mas também não chega a ser bonito, né?
I wasn't here. I was just having some fun.
É uma escolha exótica de bonequinho.
I'm just gonna leave.
Acho que ele é o que propuseram que ele seja, que no caso seria marcante, né? Não tem nada igual, tipo, normalmente eles escolhem alguma coisa marcante e bonita, só que isso acabou se tornando um padrão, então eu imagino que eles decidiram optar só pelo marcante mesmo.
You know what? I was just here for this thing. I've been looking for it. I don't know why did I carry all those boxes. But you heard nothing, you saw nothing. I was just here for this thing, so do not tell them anything. And I'll see you guys in the video. Hello and welcome guys, my name is Steve and welcome to my channel where I share my engineering experience with you. So first of all, super sorry that this video wasn't published on Friday. This was supposed to be a 5-minute Friday, but it's going to be a longer video instead. So because a lot of you have been asking for this topic, today we are doing Go modules in Go. So before we begin throwing in examples in code, let me go ahead and give you a quick overview of what we're going to do in this video. So number 1 on the list, we're going to create a small project using Go modules. Number 2 on the list, we're going to explore some of the Go mod commands. Number 3 of the list, we're going to explore Go get commands and how exactly they work with Go modules. Number 4, we're going to explore semantic import versioning and what exactly that is in Go. Number 5 on the list, we're going to explore the ins and outs of Go modules. And finally, number 6 on the list, we're going to migrate a small project from Dev Package Manager to Go modules. So without further ado guys, let's dive right in. Alright, so first things first, let's go ahead and create a small project using Go modules. But in order to create a small project using Go modules, we actually need two files. We need go.mod and go.sum. So let's jump into the terminal and generate these two files. So inside the terminal, I'm going to go and cd into desktop and then make a directory over there called Go modules, for example. And then let's cd into Go modules. And let's run a simple command which is going to initialize this project using Go modules. So I'm going to say go mod init. I'm going to give it a name, for example, github.com/stevehoop, which is my username /go-modules. So I named the module this way in order for it to be compatible with older tools, with older versions of Go which do not support Go modules. So as you can tell, we successfully generated the project using Go modules. So if you do an ls, as you can see, we have this file called go.mod. So if you do cut go.mod, as you can see, we have a couple of things generated over there. Next, let's go ahead and generate go.sum file. But in order for us to generate the go.sum file, we have to add a couple of dependencies to our project. So I'm
see, we have a couple of things generated over there. Next, let's go ahead and generate go.sum file, but in order for us to generate the go.sum file, we have to add a couple of dependencies to our project. So I'm going to say go get github.com/julianschmidt/http router. As you can see, we successfully downloaded Julian Schmidt HTTP router. Next, let's go ahead and add in another dependency. So I'm going to say go get go.uber.work/zap. So this is another dependency when it comes to logging things out. So to prove that the go.sum file was generated, let's go go.uber.work/zap. So this is another dependency when it comes to logging things out. So to prove that the go.sum file was generated, let's do an ls. So as you can see, go.sum was generated successfully. If you do cut go.sum, as you can see, we have a bunch of things generated over there as well. Now keep in mind, the go.sum file is a generated file and you don't have to edit or modify this file. Next, let's jump into the text editor and explore the go.mod and go.sum files which got generated. So I open the project inside Visual Studio Code, and as you can see, we have go.mod and go.sum files generated. So let's go ahead and open up go.mod and have a look at what exactly got generated for us. So if you open up go.mod file, as you can see, we have a couple of things generated over here. On the first line, we have the module declaration, which is nothing else but the module name which we gave when we said go mod in it. Then we have the go version or the go engine, which in my case is 1.14. On the first line, we have the module declaration, which is nothing else but the module name which we gave when we said go mod in it. Then we have the go version or the go engine, which in my case is 1.14, which is the latest version of Go at the moment. But if you have something like 1.13, it should work totally fine. And lastly, we have the require statement or the require group, which is nothing else but the dependencies which we're going to use. And this is the most important thing in this file, and this is what you're mostly going to edit. So as you can see here, we have these two dependencies which we added. We have github.com HTTP router, and we have the go.uber.work zap logger. And these indirect comments basically indicate that we're not using these dependencies inside our project. So basically, don't worry about that too much. We're going to fix that. We're going to get rid of these indirect comments later on. Now let's go and have a look at the go.sum file. So if you open up go.sum file, as you can see, we have a bunch of dependencies here, dependencies which we did not indicate when we said go get. And you are right, these are not the dependencies which we downloaded. These are the dependencies which our dependencies for our project need in order to work properly. So basically, this is the dependency graph. This is the transitive dependencies, or in other words, dependencies which our dependencies need in order to work properly. So to make it simpler for you, I called go.mod the ingredients and go.sum the instructions on how to use these ingredients. Alright, so to actually get rid of those indirect comments, all you have to do is to actually make use of these dependencies which we downloaded by using go get. So all you have to do is open up your text editor and create a file called main.go. So let's say main.go. Inside main.go, let's actually make this bigger. Let's say package main, and let's say func main, and let's put out some code over here. So for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to go ahead and create a small HTTP router using Julian Schmidt HTTP router which we downloaded. So I'm going to say router equals HTTP router.new, and then I'm going to say router.get. Let's pass in a path and then some controller which doesn't exist yet. Then let's say http.listen and serve, and let's pass in a small HTTP port, and then the router. Let's also wrap this inside log.fatal, just to make sure we actually log everything out in case we have some error. And let's also actually create this function, log.fatal, just to make sure we actually log everything out in case we have some error. And let's also actually create this function. As you can see, we get an error because we do not have this function. So let's go ahead and say func index. It's going to receive 3 arguments. First one is going to be http.response writer. Second one is going to be, as usual, pointer for HTTP request. And the third one is going to be a custom one specific to Julian Schmidt router, HTTP router.ramps. And there you have it. So to keep it simple as well, we're just going to log out something using zap logger, which we downloaded as well. So I'm going to say logger and an error equals to zap.new production. And then let's say logger.info. And I'm just going to print something like successfully performed HTTP request. Now let's go ahead and run this program and make sure it actually works. So if you open up your terminal and you cd into the project, all you have to do is actually say go run main.go. Boom. The program is actually running. The server is up and running. Now let's go ahead and test the server. All you have to do is actually say curl localhost and then 8080 because that is what we allocated. If you open up the first tab, as you can see, we have this small beautiful JSON log which says successfully performed HTTP request, which is what we logged out in that index function. However, the question remains the same. How do we get rid of those indirect comments? Well, it's very simple. Successfully performed HTTP request, which is what we logged out in that index function. However, the question remains the same. How do we get rid of those indirect comments? Well, it's very simple. All you have to do is say go mod tidy, and that's going to do it. If you print out the contents of go.mod file, you will see that those comments are gone. So let's say cat go.mod, and as you can see, those comments are gone. However, go mod tidy also make sure to actually get rid of those dependencies inside the go mode file in case we're not referencing them inside the project, or make sure to add them in case we are referencing them inside the project. So let me go ahead and show you an example to prove that. So let's open up go.mod inside the text editor. So if you open up go.mod, as you can see, we have these dependencies over here. Let me go ahead and actually remove these dependencies. So if you remove these dependencies, save up this file and open up a terminal and say go mod tidy, as you can see, those dependencies will reappear again inside go.mod file. Now the same happens if we add in a dependency which is not needed, which is not used inside the project. So let's tidy, as you can see, those dependencies will reappear again inside go.mod file. So if you remove these dependencies, save up this file and open up a terminal and say go mod tidy, as you can see, those dependencies will reappear again inside go.mod file. Now the same happens if we add in a dependency which is not needed, which is not used inside the project. So let's open up a new terminal window, another dependency which we're not using. So let's say go get, and let's add this dependency rc.io/quote. As you can see, we added this dependency successfully. It says indirect because we're not using this dependency. And now let's go ahead and run go mod tidy. But before we do that, let's go ahead and run another go mod command to actually show you why do we need this dependency if we need it, and why do we not need it. So we're going to run go mod y, paste this line, and as you can see, it says main module does not need this package. However, when you run go mod tidy, it's just simply going to get rid of it. Alright, so next let's talk about go get variations. What are the different variations when it comes to go get, specifically when we're using go modules? So one thing to keep in mind when using go get is the fact that if you have go modules enabled, meaning you have a go mod file, is the fact that when you use go get, it's going to try to add that dependency inside the file, inside the go mod file if you don't have it, and it's going to try to update it if you already have it inside go mod file. Next, I want to talk about the latest tag or the latest version when it comes to using go get. Let's jump into the terminal and give you a simple example of that. For example, if you run go get, and let's say you want this package, HTTP, this one is absolutely exactly the same as saying at latest or saying at version 1.3. So whether you use Go modules or not, the best way is just not provide any version at all because these are exactly the same. And this is the case when you just try to add a dependency, not update a dependency. The next way of using go get is by specifically providing a version, as you saw earlier. So you should run go get, providing the package, say at, type in the V is required absolutely, and then providing a version, for example, 1.2. As you can see, we successfully downloaded version 1.2 of this module. Next way of using go get is by providing a specific commit, a specific git commit or git hash. That is also known as a pseudo version. So if you get back to our module HTTP router, all you have to do is simply replace the version with this hash. So you say at, and you provide in the hash, and it's going to download the changes from that commit from that point in time. Another thing I want to talk about is something which is Go related, and that is semantic import at, and you provide in the hash, and it's going to download the changes from that commit from that point in time. Another thing I want to talk about is something which is Go related, and that is semantic import versioning. What the heck is that, and how exactly is that reflected in Go? So when you download a package using go get, for example, go get, and you provide an rsc.io/code, and that package has multiple versions, multiple major versions, and that major version is not 0 or 1. You have to be a little more specific than that. So let's say you run go get rsc.io/code. Let's see what exactly gets downloaded. As you can see, version 1.5.2 gets downloaded. But the question is that the latest version? Well, let's check it out on GitHub. So if you go on github.com/rsc/quote, as you can see, we have a bunch of versions over there. So let's go and check out the releases tab. As you can see, the latest version is not 1.5.2, but it's version 3.1.0. So what exactly is happening? Well, that brings me to the next topic, which is semantic import versioning. So we tried to download this package called quote. However, the latest version was version 3.1.0, but it did download the version 1.5. So what exactly happened behind the scenes? Why didn't you download the latest version? Because that's what we want, right? Well, that is related to something called semantic import versioning when it comes to Go and when it comes to Go modules and how versioning is done in Go. But before we talk about semantic import versioning, let's see what's going to happen if we try to download the latest version, which is version 3.1.0. So inside the terminal, I'm going to say go get same package, and this time we're going to say at version 3.1.0 because that is the latest version, right? As you can see, it's not going to work. It's going to give you a simple error, which is going to say it doesn't work. It's going to say module contains a Go mode file, so major version must be compatible, should be v0 or v1, not v3. What exactly that means and how is that related to our problem? You may ask yourself, right? So when it comes to Go modules and how versioning is done, you have three versions mainly. You have the version 0, which means when you try to download a package or a library which has the version 0, it means anytime in the future modules and how versioning is done, you have three versions mainly. You have the version 0, which means when you try to download a package or a library which has the version 0, it means anytime in the future if that library updates or that package updates, it may bring breaking changes, and that is something which is known, that is something which the clients or the developers are supposed to be aware of. Then you have another version, which is major version 1, which basically means that package or library you try to download is super stable, which means it's going to introduce small fixes, bug fixes, or small features. And that is nothing bad. That is nothing which is going to break the package or the library you're trying to use. And then you have major version 2+, which means any major version which goes above version 1 is going to have to be handled a little bit different. You're going to have to be explicit about it when you try to download it, which means you're going to have to adjust the path. And you're also going to have to be explicit about it when you try to use it inside the import path. So let's see inside the terminal how exactly are you supposed to download this major version 3, which is the latest version at the moment. So to fix this, we're going to slightly adjust the URL, and that's going to do it. So we have the same go get, and this time we're going to say /v3, and that's going to do it. That's going to download the major version 3. It is as simple as that, as simple as just modifying the URL. And that is how Go treats major versions 2+, major versions which go above version 1. So to make use of this package which we just downloaded, which makes use of major version 3, all we have to do is slightly adjust this index function. So let's say logger.info, and let's provide in quote v3, which is going to be the name import dot hello v3, and let's import this one. Let's say quote v3, and let's provide in the import path. And the import path is going to change as well because we're using major version above 1. We're using major version 3. So it's going to be something like rsc.io/quote/v3, and we have to provide in v3 inside the path. And let's go ahead and run this example to see if that works. So let's say go run main.go, and as you can see, this one works. So if you go ahead and open up a new tab and you say curl localhost 8080, as you can see, nothing happened, but inside the first tab it says hello world, which is the message we actually printed inside that logger. All right, next let's talk about a couple of ways to fetch all the dependencies once you have a fresh clone of the project, once you have a fresh clone, which supposedly means that you don't have those packages on your local machine. So if you have a fresh copy or a fresh clone of your project and you don't have those packages installed on your local machine, the first thing you can do is run a simple command, which is going to parse your source code, and based on your source code and on the references of the packages you have, it's going to download all the packages which you have referenced inside the code. So the command we're talking about is go get dot slash dot dot dot. That's going to do exactly what I was saying, and this is available whether you're using Go modules or not. Now, another way to fetch all of your dependencies once you have a fresh copy or a fresh clone of your, it's going to do exactly what I was saying, and this is available whether you're using Go modules or not. Now, another way to fetch all of your dependencies once you have a fresh copy or a fresh clone of your project is by simply running go run, go build, or go test. Now, to simulate that, let's go ahead and first clean up your dependencies once you have a fresh copy or a fresh clone of your project is by simply running go run, go build, or go test. Now, to simulate that, let's go ahead and first clean up our cache, clean up our download cache to actually make sure we don't have any packages on local machine, and to actually make sure the packages get downloaded whenever we say go run, go build, or go test. So I'm going to clean my download cache by saying go clean minus cache minus mod cache minus I minus R, and that's going to clean the local cache. That's going to clean the download cache of all the modules you have downloaded locally. And now let's simply run go build. So go build, as you can see, it's going to go ahead and download all the packages which you have referenced inside the go.mod file, and that's going to work. Next, let's talk about a special feature of Go modules, and that is being compatible with the vendor directory. Now, if you don't know what vendor directory is and the vendor directory feature, make sure to check out this video. So to generate a vendor directory of all the dependencies compatible with all the versions of Go with tools that use all the versions of Go and do not have Go module support is very simple. All you have to do is say go mod vendor, and that's going to do it. If you do NLS, as you can see, we have the vendor directory available now. Another useful feature when it comes to fetching other third-party packages right from the terminal is to list all the versions available so that you know which versions you want to download. Now, a very simple command to fetch all the versions available for a specific package is go list. So all you have to do is run go list minus -m minus versions and provide in the package. So as you can see, we get an error that we cannot do this while having this vendor directory. So let's go ahead and say rm minus rf vendor, and let's run this command again. As you can see, this displays the available list of versions, so it's a pretty neat feature. So make sure to use this feature whenever you try to download a third-party package or library, but you don't know which versions you want to use. And also keep in mind, if if you have versions above major version 1, you have to adjust the path when you run go get, you have to adjust the import path inside your project and all that stuff which I showed you before. Now another way of fetching all of your dependencies which your project needs in order to run without having to consult your code just as go get does is simply to run another go mod command. So all you have to do is open up the terminal, cd into your project and run go mod download. And that's basically going to download every dependency which is linked inside the go.mod file. That's not going to consult the source code just as go get dot slash dot 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 does. Now let's have a look at some of the internals of go modules and where exactly things get downloaded inside go path. So if you open up go path directory, you already know that it has the bin directory that does. Now let's have a look at basically going to download is simply to run another go mod command. So all you have to do is open up the terminal, cd into your project and run go mod download. And that's basically going to download every dependency which is linked inside the go.mod file. That's not going to consult the source code just as go get dot slash dot 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 does. Now let's have a look at some of the internals of go modules and where exactly things get downloaded inside go path. So if you open up go path directory, you already know that it has the bin directory, the pkg directory and the source directory. So if you open up the pkg directory, as you can see, we have a bunch of directories over here. But what I want you to focus on is this mod directory. So this mod directory is basically where everything related to Go modules is stored. Basically every version of package we download is stored here. So if you open up the mod directory, as you can see, we have a bunch of other directories stored here. So as you can see inside this mod directory, everything looks like go path slash source. You have hosts, you have users inside the host, and inside each users you have packages. Inside each package you have the contents, and so on and so forth. What I want you to pay attention inside this mod directory also is the cache directory. So inside the cache directory, as you can see, we have download, and inside download we have the same structure as go path. So we have github.com, we have the users, Julian Schmidt, for example, HTTP router, and @v. And as you can see here, we have some sort of cache. So whenever we download this package over and over again, it's going to use the cache as opposed to using the network. So that's pretty much it on the ins and outs of Go modules, where things get downloaded. So feel free to explore this on your own and play around. All right, so next we're talking about two environment variables when it comes to Go, when it comes to using Go modules and downloading third-party packages. So we are talking about Go proxy and Go sumdb. What are these variables and how exactly they help us when it comes to downloading these packages? So first off, let's have a look at Go proxy and what exactly that is. So if you open up a terminal and you type in go env, let's do a pipe rep, and you look for Go proxy, you'll see something like this: proxy.golang.work, direct. What exactly that means? Well, that means whenever you're trying to download a third-party package, it's going to look it up on proxy.golang.work. If it doesn't find it there, it's going to try to use the network, which basically means direct. So it's going to try to look it up, trying to download a third-party package, it's going to look it up on proxy.golang. Work. If it doesn't find it there, it's going to try to use the network, which basically means direct. So it's going to try to look it up on GitHub and download it from GitHub and then save it in the database, save it in the proxy database. So that is a pretty useful feature because, for example, if the VCS or if GitHub, for example, dies, it's going to try to download the package from this proxy, and we're still going to have access to the package even if GitHub is down, for example. Now, what if the package we want to download is compromised or they offer push some malicious code? Well, that's why we have GoSumDB. Basically, GoSumDB is a database of checksums. So basically, if we downloaded something we did not want, it's going to check against that checksum database, and it's going to see if that matches the checksum, it means we downloaded what we wanted. If that doesn't match the checksum, it means we downloaded some malicious code, some code which was modified. So let's open up the terminal and look up the GoSumDB environment variable. So let's say go env pipe rep go. GoSumDB. As you can see, GoSumDB defaults to sum.golang. Work. So basically, whenever you try to download a package, it's going to look it up on this checksum to check if we actually downloaded what we wanted to download, because we might download something which is malicious, which was modified, which was compromised. So there you have it on Go proxy and GoSumDB, guys. I'm going to make sure to put down some links in the description below of this video, so make sure to check them out and make sure to check out more information about Go proxy and GoSumDB. All right, so lastly, I want to show you a small example of how to migrate a project, a simple project, which is basically the same project using Go Dev or Dev Package Manager to Go modules. So let me go ahead and open up the terminal and print out the contents of this directory. So if I do an ls, as you can see, we have go.pkg.log, go.pkg.toml, and main.go. So if we print out the contents of main.go, as you can see, we have the same example using Julian Schmidt HTTP router and go.uber.org/zap packages. So if we print out the contents of go.pkg.toml, as you can see, we have the same exact dependencies. So let's say cat go.pkg.toml, and as you can see, we have the exact same dependencies. We have Julian Schmidt HTTP router and we have go.uber.org/zap. So to migrate this project to using Go modules, it's actually very easy and simple. All you have to do is run go mod init. So let's say go mod init, and let's give it a name. Let's say github.com/stevehook/go modules, for example. As you can see, it's trying to copy everything from go.pkg.toml and from go.pkg.log into go mod. So it's going to generate the go.mod file using go.pkg.log. Say github.com/stevehook/go modules, for example. As you can see, it's trying to copy everything from go.pkg.toml and from go.pkg.log into go mod. So it's going to generate the go.mod file using go.pkg.log and go.pkg.toml. So Go is capable of generating go.mod file from multiple recipes, including go.pkg.log, including glide and different other package managers. I'm going to link all the supported recipes in the video description below. So if you do an ls, as you can see, we have generated this go.mod file. So let's go ahead and print its contents out. So let's say cat go.mod. As you can see, it successfully generated the go.mod file. It's successfully added some dependencies. However, it added more dependencies than we actually need. As you can see here, it added atomic, it added multi-error, and we don't need these dependencies. So what do we do when we don't need some dependencies and we don't even use them? Well, it's very simple. You're right. We're using go mod tidy. So let's say go mod tidy, and as you can see, it's going to try to clear this out. And if you do cat go.mod again, as you can see, it cleared out the package, and now we only have what we're using inside our project. So this is how simple it is to migrate a project to Go modules. So make sure to play around and make sure to tweak this example. All right, guys, that is it for this super long video. Make sure to hit that like button if you like this video and you found it useful, and make sure
Hello and welcome guys, my name is Steve and this is Go for Toots. For those of you who are new to this channel is about Go programming language, so feel free to join the community by clicking that subscribe button. So today we're talking about a topic which in my opinion is a little bit overlooked. Today we're going to talk about the vendor directory in Go, and I promise you guys you're going to learn something today. So before we jump into this tutorial, let me go ahead and open up the browser.
Que esquisito, o cara fica olhando pra texto em cima da câmera.
And show you where exactly are all the resources which we're going to use in this tutorial. So if you open up your browser, you should be able to type in github.com/gofortools/gobasics, and basically a page like this should open up, and you should be able to find the vendor directory. So basically you open up the vendor directory and you have a bunch of things here. You have the readme.md, which is nothing else but an overview of this tutorial, and you also have a bunch of other things like the presentation, the slides which I'm about to use in this tutorial, and you also have an example, the vendor directory example, which I'm about to show you in this tutorial. So that's pretty much it on resources. Now let's go ahead and dive into this tutorial. So before we dive into examples and all that kind of stuff, let's go ahead and have a look at the problem so we know exactly what we're trying to solve. So imagine you have your application and your application has a couple of packages. Now some of those packages depend on external libraries. So what exactly you do? Well, it's simple. You just say go get and problem is solved. And go get is going to go ahead and pull out those libraries from the Git server. Then we as developers run go build and the binary is generated and everybody's happy, right? Well, that's not quite true because there is a small problem with this approach. So the problem with this approach is the fact that go get goes ahead and pulls off those libraries, but it doesn't pull the specific version of the library. It pulls off the latest version of the code, the latest version from the master branch. So the solution is quite simple. Use versioning, right? Well, yeah, the solution is to use versioning. However, go get doesn't do that for us by default. When you say go get is going to go ahead and pull out the latest version of the library. It's not going to pull out a specific version of the library, and that is the default behavior unless you're using Go modules, which we're going to talk about in a later tutorial. So as you can see, this approach is a little broken because if you use go get, that's not going to solve the problem. It's still going to break our applications because some libraries may need a specific version of it. So when it comes to specific versioning, we do not have to reinvent the wheel because there's such a term called semver, and semver basically means semantic versioning. So semver or semantic versioning is basically a versioning system or a convention for versioning libraries. So pretty much any developer or company who develops library knows about semver, or if they have versions inside their libraries, they should know about semver at least. Let's for example take this version v 3.1.2. So basically this version is divided into 3 other versions: major, minor, and patch. So the first number from this version means the major version, and that is pretty much self-explanatory. It means major or breaking changes. So whenever we upgrade the library to the latest major version or to any major version, it basically means it's going to break our application. It means it's a major version, it has breaking changes. The next version is the minor version, which also means improvements or features. So whenever a minor version of the library has been upgraded, it basically means it has added features or improvements, and basically that is safe to upgrade to because it doesn't have breaking changes. So in most of the cases, it doesn't have breaking changes. Now there are some developers or companies who did add breaking changes in the minor versions. However, semver says no breaking changes in the minor version or the patch version. So basically, if a minor version has been upgraded, you are safe to upgrade, and ideally your application shouldn't break. Now the last version is the patch version, and that basically means patches or bug fixes or anything like that. So basically upgrading your library to the patch version shouldn't be a problem because according to semver, you just should be adding some bug fixes and some minor improvements. So let's recap this concept very quick. Major means breaking changes, minor means improvements or features, and patches means bug fixes or anything like that. So that's pretty much it on semantic versioning. Now let's go back to the vendor directory. So back in the days when the Go team have created the Go get tool, they did not add support for versioning. So basically this started to be a problem and the Go team had to come with some solutions. So one of the solutions was added in Go 1.5, and that is the vendor directory. So what exactly is the vendor directory and how does that solve the problem? So basically inside your project you can create a directory called vendor and you can store the libraries called.
Vamos lá, 2 segundos que eu vou dar uma checada aqui no negócio. Oi.
There. So basically the vendor directory has the same structure as the src folder inside GoPath. So if you don't know anything about GoPath, or if you're new to Go, or you just want to know what is GoPath, make sure to check out this tutorial. So the vendor directory pretty much looks something like this. So imagine you have this example. You have the GoPath and you have your project. And inside your project you have a couple of packages. Let's say package 1, package 2, and package 3, and you have the main.go. And then you decided to create the vendor directory and you decided to store the library there. You decided to store the library which also has a package called pkj3. And now you import your packages this way. You import pkj1, pkj2, and pkj3 inside main.go. What exactly will happen? How exactly these imports will resolve? Well, that seems like a complicated question. You have 2 packages and you don't know which one is going to get imported. It's actually very simple. Because you have the vendor directory, the one inside vendor is going to get imported and the one inside GoPath is going to get shadowed. So you may ask yourself, how exactly do imports resolve when you have a vendor directory? So let's imagine you have this import path, github.com/u/p/pkj1, for example. And let's also imagine you have an infinite number of vendor directories and they're nested inside each other. And at the very bottom you have main.go, and main.go has that import line. How exactly this package is going to get imported? Well, it's very simple. Basically, Go is going to take a look at your project and recursively up is going to scan for vendor directories. If it doesn't find the vendor directory there, it's going to recursively look back until it reaches the top of GoPath. So basically when it reaches the top of GoPath, it's going to import the package from the top of GoPath, if there's the package there. So basically this is how imports resolve when you do or you do not have a vendor directory. So as I said before, you can definitely have nested vendor directories. However, this is not recommended. You usually should have only one vendor directory per project. project. Basically, you would store anything inside the vendor directory for one project. Basically, you would not even manage the vendor directory because there would be a third-party package manager which would manage the vendor directory for you. So you do not have to care about that. And we're not even talking about nested vendor directory. It's a total no. So if you go back to our previous example, when you have a package inside the vendor directory and you have the same package which has the same package name inside GoPath, the one which is going to get used from the vendor directory shadows the one used from the GoPath. So whenever you're using the one inside the vendor directory, you're just shadowing the package inside the GoPath. So let me go ahead and show you an example about the vendor directory to make things clear. So if you open up your IDE or text editor, you should have something like vendor directory. So firstly, inside the vendor directory, you have a couple of packages. You have pkj1, pkj2, and pkj3. So let's open up each of these files to take a look at what exactly happens there. So in pkj1, you have pkj1.go. Inside pkj1.go, you have an init function which basically prints importing pkj1 from GoPath. And the same happens in the other packages. If you open up pkj2, inside pkj2, it says importing pkj2 from GoPath. And the same happens in pkj3. Open up pkj3, the same goes here, importing pkj3 from GoPath. Now, let's have a look at the vendor directory. So inside the vendor directory, you pretty much have the same structure as in GoPath. So if you open up the vendor, inside vendor, you have github.com, then you have users, and then you have projects, and so on and so forth. So here inside github.com, you have two users, you have Gopher Toots, and you have Julian Schmidt. So let's go ahead and have a look at Gopher Toots. So basically, if you open up Gopher Toots, inside Gopher Toots, you have Go Basics, vendor directory, and pkj3. Now, if you pay close attention, you have pkj3 here, and we have pkj3 here. As we said earlier, pkj3 from the vendor directory is going to get used because pkj3 from the vendor directory is going to shadow pkj3 from GoPath. So if you open up pkj3 from vendor, it's going to say importing pkj3 from vendor. And if you open up pkj3 from GoPath, it says importing pkj3 from GoPath. So let's go ahead and run this program, and let's actually prove that the vendor directory is going to take precedence and the vendor directory is going to shadow the GoPath. So if you open up the terminal, go ahead and run. It's going to say importing pkj3 from vendor. And if you open up pkj3 from GoPath, it says importing pkj3 from GoPath. So let's go ahead and run this program, and let's actually prove that the vendor directory is going to take precedence and the vendor directory is going to shadow the GoPath. So if you open up the terminal, you can cd into vendor directory, and inside the vendor directory, you have main.go, the packages, and all that stuff. So let's say go run main.go. If you say go run main.go, it says importing pkj1 from GoPath, pkj2 from GoPath, and pkj3 from vendor. So as you can see, the pkj3 is imported from vendor and not from GoPath. Now there is something else inside the main.go, and let's go ahead and have a look. So if you open up main.go, there is something which I want you to closely pay attention at. So there is this import github.com/julianschmidt/http router, and this looks like a third-party package or something, and it is indeed a third-party package. However, we shadowed it by creating the vendor directory and by having the same exact package there. So let me go ahead and prove you exactly that. So let's open up our terminal and let's install Julian Schmidt HTTP router library. So open up your terminal and you should type go get -u github.com/Julian Schmidt/HTTP router. So when you do that, GoGet is going to go ahead and pull off Julian Schmidt HTTP router and it's going to place it inside GoPath. To prove it that, let's go ahead and open up GoPath and take a look. So let's cd into GoPath and source and github.com. So if you're doing ls, you should have something like Julian Schmidt right here. So let's go ahead and cd into Julian Schmidt and have a look what exactly is there. So if you cd into Julian Schmidt, there is the HTTP router. Cd into HTTP router project, and there is a lot of code. So let's go ahead and print out the code which is inside router.go. So you could say cat router.go. So basically, as you can see, there's a bunch of code here, a bunch of code we didn't write, a bunch of code we actually downloaded using GoGet. However, if you open up vendor, let's open up vendor, you have github.com, Julian Schmidt, HTTP router, router.go, exactly the same structure. However, we have a very small function which just returns a number. So if you're wondering what exactly we're going to import, in the main.go, we're actually going to import this file from vendor because vendor has precedence and vendor is going to shadow the GoPath package. So let's go ahead and actually run this program to prove you that. So if you open up your terminal, again, you should cd into vendor directory and you should say go run main.go. When you say go run main.go, as you can see here, it says router is just a number and it prints 10. Where does it come from? It comes from the main. As you can see here, we have the print and it says router is just a number and it prints the router. And basically router is the result of calling this function HTTP router.new. Now to get rid of this package shadowing thing, all you have to do is delete HTTP router from the vendor directory and the one inside GoPath is going to take effect. If you want to see that, let's go ahead and show you. So if you open up vendor directory, let's go into vendor and inside vendor, let's go ahead and just simply delete this one. Let's delete Julian Schmidt HTTP router and let's rerun this program. So when you rerun this program, as you can see here, it no longer says router is just a number and prints 10. It prints a bunch of stuff which actually comes from the actual package, which actually comes from GoPath, Julian Schmidt HTTP router. So that is pretty much it on the vendor directory, guys. It's as simple as that. If you like this example, make sure to play with it and tweak it. Also keep in mind that this tutorial is also related to my previous tutorial about packages in Go, which you can check out right here. So when it comes to the vendor directory, not everything is pink and nice. There are some drawbacks and there are some things you have to be aware of. And the first one is the import path checking is disabled inside the vendor directory. Now what the hell is the import path checking? Now this is not a tutorial about import path checking. However, you imagine this situation. Imagine you have a project and inside your project you have an import path. Now that import path doesn't look something like github.com/user/project. It looks something like a custom import path. Now you can totally do that in Go and I'll teach you later in another tutorial. However, there are such things as custom import paths in Go. So imagine in your application you have an import like go-uber.org. So basically what that means is the code is hosted on some sort of host provider, let's say GitHub, Bitbucket, or GitLab, doesn't really matter, and your package is hosted on one of these host providers. So the idea behind this custom import path is very simple. You basically have one import path inside your projects and you can have multiple cloud providers. Today you could have GitHub, tomorrow you could have Bitbucket or GitLab. You can move your project across different host providers and it doesn't really matter because the projects which import that path will not change at all. So you can only benefit from import path checking whenever you work with your source code. It's not going to be available in vendor directory and you have to be aware of that. Another caveat of the vendor directory is the fact that when you use GoGet, it does with your source code. It's not going to be available in vendor directory and you have to be aware of that. Another caveat of the vendor directory is the fact that when you use GoGet, it doesn't update the vendor directory. Now, the vendor directory was created primarily for vendor or third-party package manager. So basically you would use a third-party package manager which would manage the vendor directory for you. So you would normally not touch the vendor directory at all. You would use a third-party package manager which would do that for you. That's why when you run GoGet, it doesn't update the vendor directory. It will only update the GoPath if you tell it to update the package. However, it will not touch the vendor directory at all. So that's a good thing to keep in mind. All right, guys, that's it on this tutorial and that's it.
Whatever. Go Basics.
Já pensou em... Você sabia que muitos programadores já iniciam suas carreiras ganhando mais que R$5.000
What's up, everybody? This is Steve, and this is Go for Toots. In this video, I want to talk about something which I haven't really talked about since I started this channel out, and that is a special topic which may seem like a very stupid topic. I initially thought I shouldn't do a video based on this topic, but for some of you it may be useful. But before we dive into the video, just wanted to apologize and say sorry to you guys that I have been missing for a while. Like, it's been like 3 months since I haven't done anything, any content out there, and it just feels so weird. It feels so bad. I thought I should start back doing videos. Alright, so the topic we're going to talk about is not going to be so interesting if you are already into Go and you've been programming in Go for a while. Of the language stuff like the browser, and I'm going to search for how to install GoLang. And I'm going to just type install GoLang. And the first page, which is basically the one, which is from golang.org, and basically you have installation steps here. I'm on a Mac, and because I'm on a Mac, I'm going to show you could just go for this thing, but just to show you real quick how to do it. So if you have a Mac, you already may be using this tool, Homebrew. It's a pretty nice tool. It's just some sort of dependency management for MacBooks, terminal window, and it's trying to update Homebrew, whatever. So it says warning, blah, 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 because it's already installed as a other operating system like Windows or Linux. It doesn't really matter. Just follow the instructions. The instructions are simple. We are not going to stop too much on installation because this video is not about installation, as I told you. All right, guys, so now that we have installed Go binary, we can run Go program. So let's go ahead and give Go binary another test by running a simple Go program. So first go to desktop, and let's say vim main.go. Let's say package main, and then func main. Inside of this func main, let's just font world, and just make sure we import this package. We seem to be okay. And now, in order to run a Go program, you should simply just run it, just simply go run main.go, the name of the file, and it should print out hello world. Alright guys, so enough of the hello world programs. Let's go ahead and dive into the Go path and see what the heck got generated there by the Go binary. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into the terminal and see what is going on. Because I'm on a Mac, let's go ahead and open up Go path. So we open up Go path, we have this small little directory. So we have bin, pkj, and source. So basically, these two, bin and pkj, you will interact less with these folders. However, you will interact more with source folders. So what exactly is in source folder? Well, in source folder, is the source code which you will eventually use in your code. So if you open up source code, we have several things like golang.org, github.com, go Uber. Right now, let's open up these. But before we open up these, let's figure out what the heck are these names and what are they supposed to mean. Like, I'm going to tell you that these are hosts. Like, every package out there lives on a host. When Go binary goes ahead to pull off some packages from the internet, it eventually looks for some hosts, and well, that's where the data lives, on some hosts. So we have hosts, and inside of these hosts, let's say github.com, we have organization/users. I mean, we could have here stuff like, I don't know, my GitHub username, like Steve Cook, right? Just spell it right even. So GitHub username, GitHub organizations, and stuff like that. We even have Go for Toots, which is the source organization/users. I mean, that's where the data lives, on some hosts. So we have hosts, and inside of these hosts, let's say github.com, we have organization/users. I mean, we could have here stuff like, I don't know, my GitHub username, like Steve Cook, right? Just spell it right even. So GitHub username, GitHub organizations, and stuff like that. We even have Go for Toots, which is the source code where I'm placing everything for the examples of these tutorials. Basically, that GitHub organizations and stuff like that. We even have Go for Toots, which is the source code where I'm placing everything for the examples of these tutorials. Basically, that means you don't just get a certain package or module by just, referencing that. You have to go into the host, you have to pick up a user, and then you have to pick up a package, or you have to pick up an organization, and then you pick up a package which that organization on GitHub, let's say, developed. So that's pretty much it on how src folder is organized, but I promise you to show you a small diagram where I explain it in more details. For now, let's just go up a couple of folders and let's explore these two. So basically, what is bin? Bin, it's pretty much is just a place where Go stores all its binaries. So basically, this is the location for binaries. We're gonna have an example later, and I'm gonna explain you how exactly you get this binary to come here when you run a certain program, and how can you access this binary globally from. And I'm going to explain you how exactly you get this binary to come here when you run a certain program, and how can you access this binary globally from your terminal. So that's it on binaries, and then we have PK. You run a certain program, and how can you access this binary globally from your terminal. So that's it on binaries, and then we have PKJ.
Ainda nem temos uma pasta source.
Go on a certain program, application for binary. So basically, an organization, and then you pick up a package which that organization on GitHub, let's say, developed. So that's pretty much it on how src folder is organized, but I promise you to show you a small diagram where I explain it in more details. For now, let's just go up a couple of folders and let's explore these two. So basically, what is bin? Bin, it's pretty much is just a place where Go stores all its binaries. So basically, this is the location for binaries. We're gonna have an example later, and I'm gonna explain you how exactly you get this binary to come here when you run a certain program, and how can you access this binary.
Ai, ai. Tá em tese então. Se eu vim aqui. Não, calma. Esse aqui é o cara instantes API. Tá revelado no Explorer. Se eu copiar só esse exemplo 2, daí ao invés da gente abrir aqui, a gente abre ele por aqui. Daí aqui a gente tenta fazer a mesma coisa que a gente tentou fazer antes. Jovem barra example2.
globally from your terminal. So that's it on binaries. And then we have PKJ. Go behind the scenes, uses displays in order to pull packages in your program where you say import a certain package, right? So as I promised you, I'm going to show you a diagram where I explain that like in a general mode. So let's go ahead and dive into the diagram. Right here we have the Go path, as we said, like the Go path is some sort of a root for the project, at least if you're not using Go modules. So then we have stuff like here we have the Go path, as we said, like the Go path is some sort of a root for the project, at least if you're not using Go modules. So then we have to the diagram. Right here we have the Go path, as we said, like the Go path is some sort of a root for the project, at least if you're not using Go modules. So then we have stuff like source, PKJ, and bin, which I showed you earlier. So source, pretty much what I explained earlier. We have hosts like github.com, gitlab.com, anything.com. And then we have stuff like users or organizations. So that's how Go distinguishes which package belongs to which user/organization. And after that, we have the package itself, which is the main source code which we need. So that's pretty much it on source. So then we have bin. So in the bin, as I said, we have binaries. So I'm going to show you a quick example when we will...
Tá, então tem que realmente colocar host. github.com e a gente coloca o jovem lá dentro. Fecha essa pasta, tenta novamente. Que vai ser o github.com.
function defined, and
Tá, pelo visto eu tinha que colocar isso aqui. Nossa, eu vou ficar bolando de pasta em pasta esse mesmo. Tá, pelo visto, letra maiúscula é sinal de propriedade ou função pública. É assim que você fazer modificação de privacidade da hora. Sempre foi público. Então, quer dizer que esse exemplo 2 talvez já esteja acessível. Abrir com code, vamos de novo. Exemplo 2, maiúsculo é o público. Sim, beleza. Ai, ai. Putz, estava abrindo o negócio errado. É duro. Tá, estamos mais perto então. O que eu fiz estava certo, só que eu estava fazendo na pasta errada. Estava certo aparentemente, né? Ainda não podemos garantir nada. Tem no Go Root ou no Go Home? Olha lá, não tem Go Home. Go Root ou Go Path? Source. Tá, era pra estar no Go, calma lá. GoLang, Go Path. Source. Vou tentar colocar aqui. Que desgraça que tá sendo isso. barra users, barra canal, barra... Ai, ai. Source. Acho que esse projeto já foi para a pasta demais. Tá, agora tá indo. Go run. Ponto. Tá funcionando, mas não deveria ser dessa forma. Será então? Deixa eu ver aqui. Se eu remover isso daqui, colocar aqui, nem tem essa pasta. Go not record. Vamos lá. Será que eu vou ter que reiniciar para poder aplicar as variáveis ambiente? GoPath, temos também o famoso GoLang. Será? Editar variáveis ambientes. Não, GoRoot. É, tem que setar lá, nossa. Aí já tava aqui. GoPath. Ué. Tá. Echo hashtag GoPath brabo put EF Ai, que susto! Oh, não era pra poder... Eu achei que eu tinha desligado esse negócio das explosões. Salve, salve, Marcos Moura F. Acabou de seguir a gente na Twitch. Tamo juntão, my friend. Na minha época não tinha essa explosão aí, não. Na realidade não era pra ter. Mas valeu. Eu jurei que eu tinha tirado. Mouse pelo susto. Não, meu não, já tô acostumado, mas tamo junto. Toda vez eu esqueço que eu tô em live, tá ligado? Quer dizer, é isso. É basicamente isso na realidade. Eu esqueço que eu tô em live. E aí esse barulho desgraçado me assusta. Fazendo o que, meu mano? Tô aprendendo GoLang. Agora exatamente, caso você manje de GoLang, tô querendo descobrir por que a minha pasta source do GoPath é basicamente ignorada. Eu poderia usar esse negócio do vendor e fazer ele localmente, né? Quero instante mods, vamos fazer isso então. Nova pasta vendor C maiúsculo. Daí a gente vem aqui abrindo o explorador de arquivo. Certo. Import, venda não precisa ser maiúscula. A gente aproveita que esse exemplo aqui não tá funcionando. Cadê a caneca de café, meu rapaz? Um bom def não deixe essa caneca de lado. Eu deixei ela literalmente de lado, tá aqui do lado. Ele deve ter até dado uma esfriadinha. Source, sample. Vou aproveitar que o da pasta dos usuários não está funcionando e eu vou apagar exatamente o que está na pasta source da instalação. Aqui tinha um exemplo 2. A gente remove ele, não, simplesmente deleta. Fechei esse aqui também. Vou ver se ele está funcionando. Se corretamente parou de funcionar, brabo. Então o que a gente vai fazer? Vamos puxar ele diretamente para essa pasta aqui. Abrir o explorador de arquivos. que parece estar atualizado, que eu fiz umas modificações no meio dos testes. Mod tá sei lá o que. Tá bom. A outra pasta não está funcionando com as variáveis de ambiente, mas de início era exatamente o que eu queria, colocar esses módulos num subdiretório aqui. Então por mim isso já basta. Eu gostaria de entender o porquê não está funcionando da instalação. Talvez seja alguma coisa de reiniciar o computador, porque eu já fiz a instalação e vim aqui direto para codar, mas está funcionando, deu para entender como as coisas estão organizadas, então para mim isso basta por hora. Já sabemos como é que a gente escreve um módulo, cria um módulo, importa, criar um módulo Go, chamar um código de outro módulo que a gente já fez, retornar e lidar com o erro. Import errors. Tá, esse index virou um subprojeto. Ué. Tá importado, mas não usado, beleza. Bonito, beleza. Aqui no exemplo que a gente vai importar esse erro. Errors. If name você retorna mais de um parâmetro, parece. Quer dizer, mais de um parâmetro não, você dá mais de um retorno. Retorna o valor e ao mesmo tempo se retorna um erro. Errors.new erro. No new, que é o construtor público. Empty name. Já ia colocar um ponto e vírgula no final, mas não precisa. Então tem que colocar aqui new, esse new é o null. Ah não, aqui eu ponho erro. Putz, da hora. Se eu não colocar nada aqui. Beleza. Pô, diferenciado isso aqui. Você declara separadamente, óbvio, os parâmetros e a quantidade e ao mesmo tempo o tipo de erro. O tipo de erro não, o tipo de retorno. Tipo e quantidade de retornos. Tá, mas como que eu vejo isso? Ai. Ai. Vamos lá. Vou testar esse aqui pra ver se continua funcionando. Beleza. Se print line tá de boa. Message. método de erro igual a exemplo. If erro, calma lá. Erro foi diferente de new. Log.photo. Erro. Message. Certo, se a gente só dá um run já funciona. Welcome jovem. É a mesma coisa. Log ponto set prefix. Set flags 0. Da hora. Set. Não tem como colocar um sufixo ou sei lá. Não. Message. Cause. Vou colocar isso aqui dentro, não continua funcionando, né? Igualmente. Ai, ai. Status, não tem nada disso. Foto. Panic. Mesmo esquema disso aqui. O que estava antes no lugar do Panic? Fatal. GoLang set flags. Eu acho que já dá pra gente fazer a API. Ai, 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 ai. Deixa eu ver quanto tempo de live. 3 horas já, meu Deus do céu. Deixa eu só dar uma olhadinha no meu zap. Ai. Tem alguém aí ainda? Sumiu todo mundo? Eu tava pensando em colocar, eu vi na live do, deixa eu ver o nome do mano aqui. Fuse RJTV. Tinha uma paradinha que era deixa eu olhar aqui exatamente, a extensão no canal da Twitch dele. Ele é um streamer da Twitch, streamer de games em geral. Ele usa uma extensão chamada Pokémon Community Game, que é basicamente um jogo de chat. Aí de vez em quando um bot fala, apareceu tal Pokémon. E aí você tem lá, cada pessoa que se cadastrar tem o seu próprio inventário. E aí ele pode usar o exclamação Pokécat, e aí você tenta capturar o Pokémon e escolhe a Pokébola que você quer usar. Daí no final de 90 segundos, dentre todo mundo que digitar esse comando, ele vai dizer quem capturou ele de fato. E aí depois dá pra fazer um monte de coisa, dá pra trocar os Pokémons, dá pra batalhar, evoluir, vender. Nossa, eu achei muito da hora. Só que fica poluindo o chat da transmissão, porque aqui eu coloco pra aparecer todas as mensagens, né? Porém, ainda assim eu achei da hora. E também, sei lá, o dele é mais focado em... Quer dizer, isso serviria para uma comunidade onde você quer... O foco é manter as pessoas assistindo, saca? Inclusive isso se mostrou bem útil, porque de fato eu fiquei lá na curiosidade testando o negócio, e eu acho que aparecia um Pokémon a cada 5 minutos, alguma coisa assim. Eu ficava lá usando o negócio, tentando capturar as coisas. Eu achei bem da hora. Porém aqui o foco não é manter um monte de gente assistindo. O foco é mais manter pessoas... Quer dizer, reunir pessoas que gostem do assunto, também documentar isso tudo. Quer dizer, o primeiro foco aqui é documentar o processo da criação, do desenvolvimento do game, a partir do princípio, desde quando ele era uma ideia mal formulada, até o momento que a gente publicar ele. Junto a isso, também, ao mesmo tempo, documentar o meu processo de aprendizado de uma nova tecnologia, que no caso é o Go. Esses são os principais objetivos dessas lives. Mas os objetivos secundários é formar uma comunidade que de fato esteja... Uma comunidade formada por pessoas que têm interesse, que tenham curiosidade pela área do game dev em si. Aqui no Brasil, porque eu vejo que o game dev em si é uma comunidade muito dispersa, saca? Uma comunidade não muito solidificada. Até porque o pessoal que costuma se formar nessa área, que é mais engajado, que começa, que quer consumir além do básico. Como aqui não tem muito conteúdo para eles acabam consumindo bastante conteúdo gringo e acabam fazendo parte da comunidade gringa, que já é bem formulada, sabe? Que já é bem forte. Daí eu tô querendo fazer com que a comunidade brasileira se forme, tenha espaço para se formar aqui no Brasil. Claro que eu não quero falar, não, os brasileiros têm que ficar aqui no Brasil e não pode mais sair para o exterior e tal, que é o que já acontece. Mas, eu quero criar um mundo onde isso não seja necessário, sabe? Dá pra você... uma realidade onde o game dev tem a possibilidade, que até então não existe, dele nascer aqui no Brasil, nascer como game dev aqui no Brasil, crescer, tem espaço para crescer e que se forme e se forme como no game dev, tenha a existência dele como game dev que seja possibilitada e que ele possa continuar aqui caso queira, saca? Tipo, o exterior não passe a ser um caminho quase obrigatório para quem quer crescer de fato, e sim se torne mais uma opção, saca? Também cria esse cenário de de games em si aqui do Brasil, tipo, comece a existir não só o mercado, não só a demanda, como também a oferta brasileira. É um lance muito utópico. Deixa eu olhar aqui meu celular rapidão. Acho que eu quero seguir ao mesmo tempo que eu acho uma parada meio utópica, eu acho que não. É uma possibilidade que se eu... É uma possibilidade bem rasa, bem vaga, beira o impossível, mas que não é de fato impossível. E se eu não correr atrás disso, talvez ninguém corra, então eu vou acabar aceitando essa impossibilidade. Ai, 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 ai. Vamos lá. Você quer mudar aqui? Beleza, voltei aqui, estou focado. Acabei de ver o meu zip zop. Eu acho que eu vou no banheiro para aproveitar o tanto de café que eu já tomei e voltar focadamente focado, como eu deveria estar desde o início. Quer dizer, como eu tava e perdi o foco aqui porque eu falei que eu ia ver meia hora de zip zop aqui. Já volto. Que mandice essa tranquilidade na comunidade. Peça Lili dos amigos que estão privados. Lili. Voltamos. Best projects.
E aí, Leandro, beleza? O que tá
E aí?
fazendo aí?
Tô desenhando a arquitetura que a gente vai utilizar no Cloud Experience.
Todo dia é isso.
All right. My name is Amjad Afana. I'm the co-founder and CEO of FX Labs. FX Labs provides API vulnerability scanning, and we help customers essentially protect their applications from attacks targeting the API layer. So if you look at APIs today, there's no question that APIs drive almost any kind of application. It's the visible backbone where all the data and the requests get processed. And as a result of that, it exposes a very large surface area for attacks. And that's pretty much evident in all the latest hacks that we've been reading about in the news. And the challenge with securing your APIs, and we've seen that with a lot of companies, is that they fail to have API security coverage to begin with. In many cases, they'll use some dynamic application security scanning solution or external pen testing efforts. And these efforts really don't have enough coverage into the API layer, which has an application security scanning solution or external pen testing efforts. And these efforts really don't have enough coverage into the API layer, which has an ever-increasing number of attack categories. So the result is a lot of companies of all sizes have APIs leaking data, and the vast majority of these API attacks are due to business logic and access control vulnerabilities, as opposed to the more widely known vulnerabilities like SQL injection and cross-site scripting, right? So if we look at the API security categories, the more widely known ones like the injection attacks, SQL, cross-site scripting, and denial of service, they are the ones that stem from coding errors. They're the technical security vulnerabilities. But believe it or not, they're not the ones that are causing the vast majority of attacks. The vast majority of attacks are happening because of business logic and access control flaws that I'll be talking more about in this presentation. So let's first talk about the more commonly known API vulnerabilities. So with distributed denial of service, an attacker is trying to overload your API service. A lot of API gateways have the rate limiting feature to sort of reduce the number of requests. A lot of API vulnerabilities. So with distributed denial of service, an attacker is trying to overload your API service. A lot of API gateways have the rate limiting feature to sort of reduce the number of requests that can come into your application. But there are different ways that hackers now are doing denial of service. They're doing it with much less number of requests. So they're sending in big fat requests and seeing if your code is allowing your application to return thousands of or millions of results in one request, right? The other main type of attack is the injection attacks, right? So these are the SQL code injections and so on and so forth. And in that scenario, an attacker is basically sending a malicious code and seeing if your application is going to process it with the objective of tampering with extracting your data. So I'll first start with the first best practice on the denial of service attack, and it really boils down to pagination and implementing proper pagination in your application. And without proper pagination, a simple search could return millions of hits, causing the network to be overburdened. And many different types of pagination that you can implement. And offset pagination is one of the more popular ones. And the good news is that most SQL databases support the limit and offset as part of their SQL's select syntax. And so, in the case of offset pagination, if a client wants to make a request on the first page, it would have like a limit equals 20, and then on the second page, it would have a limit and then an offset as well. So, most important thing, there's different types of pagination, like key set and seek pagination, but most important thing is to have an upper limit to the number of results that can be returned within your application in order to prevent such a vulnerability. Now we'll talk about SQL injection and cross-site scripting, right? So, input validation helps you with the prevention of cross-site scripting, and using prepared statements in your SQL queries helps you with preventing SQL injections, right? So it's very important that you use prepared statements in your SQL queries. Parameterize queries and stored procedures as much as possible. Also, not to concatenate any other kind of input data as part of the SQL queries, other than the bound parameters. And for cross-site scripting, the input validation has to happen on the server side, because what ends up happening is that the JavaScript input validation that is performed on the client can be bypassed by a hacker if JavaScript is disabled or if there's a web proxy. And of course, encoding all your input data before sending the response back to the browser. So now I'll talk about the more serious API vulnerabilities that have contributed to the vast majority of API attacks. So I'll talk about role-based and attribute-based access controls first. So with role-based access controls, it's all about the amount of permissions that roles have to your API endpoints. And the idea is that if a role has excess amount of permissions, that leaves an opportunity for a hacker to use that role in order to extract data. And with attribute-based access controls, it's all about who gets access to that API resource. And the assumption is that any application has a bunch of API resources, and it should be that only the owner of that API resource who is able to make any kind of action on that resource, whether it's viewing, updating, deleting. And no other logged-in user or authenticated user should be able to action on that resource, whether it's viewing, updating, deleting. And no other logged-in user or authenticated user should be able to manipulate that API resource. Business logic flaws are more about using perfectly legitimate business kind of workflows in a malicious way. So that's pretty much what it boils down to. So with RBAC, I pretty much already defined what RBAC is, but the limitations of RBAC or the dangers of RBAC when it's not properly tested is regressions are going to be introduced, and these regressions will be introduced in the levels of permissions that these roles have, and it will create an opportunity to have a privilege escalation vulnerability where a role or a user or a bunch of users have excess permissions, and that can result in a whole bunch of API attack vulnerabilities. So the most common example for RBAC is the Google Plus case. So last year, Google Plus introduced an update to their platform in November 2018, and as part of that update, they made an update to one of their API endpoints, which is the people get API endpoint, which was originally designed to let third-party developers access basic information about users. But as part of that update, they introduced a regression, a bug. And that bug actually, instead of allowing third-party developers to view basic information, they now were able to view all the sensitive data of private profiles or profiles that are marked as not public. And the bug was quickly identified and closed within 3 days. But during that 3-day period, hackers were able to extract the account records of more than 52 million users. And the problem with these kinds of attacks is that traditional security scanning solutions will not be able to catch these issues because the hackers use completely legitimate API requests to view the sensitive information of private profiles because the API endpoint allowed them to do that. So as a best practice to prevent privilege escalation kind of vulnerabilities is to have a continuous assessment of all your API endpoints / features and how they map to the various roles. So that assessment needs to continue to happen on a continuous basis. It's not, you don't do it in the beginning or the end. You have to continuously do it just to make sure that no regressions are being introduced. And you need to discover, track, and fix RBAC issues as early as possible in the development cycle. And you can use an API security scanning solution like the one we provide to automate that entire process. Attribute-based access control is basically about applying a bunch of policies to control access. And with attribute-based access controls, there's different types of attributes. So an object attribute describes whatever you're trying to access, like an API resource, and an action attribute describes whatever action you're attempting to do, like read, update, delete. And just like RBAC, it's very, very susceptible to regressions because it's extremely hard to actually keep track of all these policies that are controlling access to your API resources. And as you're introducing new API endpoints, changing API endpoints and features, there's going to be a high tendency that you're going to introduce changes in which it's going to allow hackers to have unauthorized access to your API resources. So an example in the ABAC scenario is a city a few years ago had a hack, and the hacker actually used parameter tampering, but the underlying root cause of what actually ended up resulting in that API hack was an ABAC validation that was missing that allowed the hacker to access the accounts or the API resources of other users, right? So what the hacker was trying to do is identify and try to guess various account numbers, and they obviously automated that process so that they can guess account numbers like thousands of times at a time. And in that case, it was made even easier for them because the account numbers had predictable patterns, so they were incremental. But it boils down to, even if you actually guessed an account number or API resource ID, you shouldn't be able to actually read that API resource. And in the Citibank case, they were actually able to view the account details by just guessing the account numbers or the actual API resource ID. So again, just like with RBAC, you need to have continuous assessment of both your object and action attributes, and for all your API endpoints, make sure that you have the proper access controls. And again, discover, track, and fix the ABAC issues as early as possible in the development cycle. And our solution from FX Labs can automate that process for you. Business logic vulnerabilities are all goals. And again, discover, track, and fix the ABAC issues as early as possible in the development cycle. And our solution from FX Labs can automate that process for you. Business logic vulnerabilities are all about using a legitimate business workflow in a malicious way. And it's all about the input, the input that triggers a sequence of actions to a predictive business workflow, right? So a use case here is an online auction. And what happened in this case is a hacker was trying to outbid others in an online auction. And to do so, whenever a bid starts happening on an item that they wanted, that they would actually perform a brute force attack to lock out that user from their account. So that way, anybody who tries to actually bid higher is actually kind of forced out of the entire application because they're kind of locked out of their system. And the fix here is easy because obviously the application itself should not have provided the usernames or the full email addresses of the people performing the bidding. And also, obviously, the lockout was kind of completely messed up, and you can have a different account lockout mechanism, right? That's more productive. But this is a typical example where the hacker used a typical business workflow. It couldn't have been really detected early on in the process because it's not an actual security vulnerability, but it's somebody manipulating how your application was designed and using it in a malicious way, essentially. So again, to prevent the business logic flaws, you need to have continuous audits of your APIs and just follow the least amount of information exposed as a general rule. And again, just discover, track, and fix the business logic vulnerabilities, which is something we can also automate. So I'll just end with the slide about FX Labs. So if a lot of companies are not even aware that their APIs are leaking data, so unless you're actually doing the kind of testing around your access controls to make sure that your roles don't have access permissions, that your API endpoints are not allowing unauthorized access to the resources, that there's really no way to know whether or not your APIs are leaking data. And that's something that our solution can provide. So we can introspect your APIs from your API documentation, provide the full security coverage across more than 20 different security categories, including the traditional ones like SQL injection and DDoS, but we specialize in the access control categories that we talked about. And then you can continuously run the scans and plug them into your CI/CD workflow. We automate the bug filing and closing for you. And then to accelerate the remediation, we also show sample code fixes for any vulnerabilities, and this, the actual timeline to fix an issue, so that you can continuously be compliant with PCI and OAuth and various standards. So I'll just end it over here and pass it on to Fabs.
Like I mentioned earlier, today's talk is about API authentication best practices, also worst practices. I'm probably going to just cover just a little bit, both sides, like some of the best practices are, and then also kind of demonstrate our Zapier developer platform and how to like integrate like various APIs with it. So you take any API you had and integrate with other apps around that platform. So, just a little bit about myself. I'm based out of Columbia, Missouri. I've been a software developer for about I think close to like since 2003, so it's been quite some time. Worn a lot of different hats. Worked with a lot of different platforms: Java, PHP, Ruby, Python, Node.js, like all kinds of things. I've integrated with APIs for a pretty long time, like even back in like the olden days in Java and integrating with Salesforce. Some really other gnarly SOAP APIs are out there as well, and then security team. Cover like the different API authentication models that are out there. Just kind of give a broad overview of like the different options are out there, pros and cons of them. But how to do them right, how to do them, and how to use. I'm pretty sure everybody's seen this. In fact, Basic Auth was one of the first things I saw early in my career, right? Like working with a PHP site is on Apache and setting up HT access on it to hide the admin section. It's like kind of disastrous a bit. But the nice thing about Basic Auth, it is super simple to implement. Everything out there works with it. There's all kinds of built-in like client server support. However, of course, it's also kind of inherently insecure, right? Because you just take a username and password, just doing a base64 encode on it, and shipping it over the wire. Which, if I'm going over TLS, it might be fine, but still, there's like a lot of it's a huge attack surface, right? It also does like a really poor practice, in my opinion, of training users too. Except it's okay to take their username and password and start plugging it in different like random sites out there on the internet, which is a pretty terrible bad practice. There's also a lot of gotchas when I see Basic Auth implemented. There's like a tool we were using at work for quite a while. They had an API that used Basic Auth, and it worked really well. Like the API itself did. But once you turn two-factor auth behind, all the API calls start failing because you couldn't do Basic Auth with two-factor auth, and they didn't really have quite a solution in place there for it. So then the next one is API keys, and I'd say this is probably one of the ones that are like pretty immensely popular because again, it's simple to implement, and they didn't really have quite API keys, and I'd say this is probably one of the ones that are like pretty immensely popular because again, the next one is API keys, and I'd say this is probably one of the ones that are like pretty immensely popular because again, it's simple to implement, just like Basic Auth is. The interesting thing though is that they tend to be defined anywhere, right? Like a header field, x-API key, x-secret API key, x-super secret API key, like all kinds of random like ways it's set up. One nitpick though that I've seen is sometimes people implement API keys with using a basic auth type mechanism, but they'll have like API key and then X as the password, or they'll have X as the username and API key as the password. So that's a really nasty thing. So if you go forward with API keys, I definitely say avoid doing that. Don't do that. And then also like API keys, like another one that tends to be really popular here is using like JWT as well for kind of like the bearer token type authentication. Digest is another one that I've seen like a lot of APIs use. It's pretty much just like Basic Auth, except that it does a hash, right, of the username, the realm, and the password. It's kind of nice because they also tend to use a nonce, so that a nonce will basically be like some kind of unique key. Sometimes it's a timestamp. It gets sent along with the request to help protect against replay attacks. So that's kind of nice. There's some medium difficulty to implement though because you have to do a lot of validation. Have to kind of like take a look over like some of the different strategies on managing it correctly, things like that. And it's still some weaknesses inherent to it because it uses MD5 hashes is like the main mechanism, which MD5 is, it's definitely can be broken, right? So then another one is session. So session, some of the APIs implement this. Basically, they'll use like an API. One is session. So session, some of the APIs implement this. Basically, they'll use like an API key or Basic Auth, but they'll be exchanging it for a token that's reused for every successive request. And they're also like usually expirable as well, so like you don't have to re-auth like periodically. This is kind of nice because there's a lot of flexibility there. It's also like really increased complexity on the client side because the client typically has to kind of start managing that and managing like like making sure to log back in when sessions expire, as well as like on the server side, like basically there's different ways that you can like manage that. So moving on from that though, OAuth 1, I'm not a fan of it, by the way, so I'll just say that ahead of time. But it's one of the earlier, then the first like way it was implemented is like, okay, stop providing usernames and passwords, right? I think the first time I implemented with OAuth 1 was back in Twitter's earliest days. In Twitter's really early days, their API, I think, used Basic Auth, and there was like a huge security breaches around that. And so like OAuth 1 was like one of the things I think they first implemented. If it wasn't Twitter, I think Tumblr was the other one that I worked with it on. It's definitely a lot more complicated than OAuth 2 in the sense that I mean, like each request is signed, so you typically have to, like the client has to cryptographically like sign each request using like either a cert or some other mechanism. And also, like they're kind of long-lived. the access tokens for auth one typically don't expire, or if they do, they like expire after like a really, really long time. So yeah, there's some complexities just inherent there that I've never been a fan. I think like OAuth 1, total OAuth 1 support was one of the more like later things we implemented in Zapier, because at Zapier we first started with OAuth 2 because it was so easy, and API keys because that was like easy as well. But OAuth 1 was like, there's like some complexities there. And the worst thing about OAuth 1 implementations, I think, is that, at least from my observation, is almost every API that implements it does something a little different. Like they use like some different mechanism, like with regards to signing, or they like something else that just like increases the complexity. So OAuth 2 is definitely my favorite. And I think to back up to like OAuth 1 or OAuth 2 are definitely perfect for, when you want an end user to be able to authorize other third-party apps with your app. That's the best one, go there. And so it's great for allowing users to connect applications, because like a lot of us have used it and don't even barely notice it, right? Like how many times have you like say logged into Auth0 and you just click log in with GitHub and there you go, you like create an account using a GitHub profile. So it's great because customers don't know about it, they don't care about it. It's not like the old days, right? Like where it's like, hey, I want to integrate QuickBooks with this thing. It's like, oh, go log in, copy this API key, and paste it into this box in this other app. And people who are technical users are going to just be like, okay, this is too much. Whereas like, well, too, they just click right through. They don't even think about it. I guess that's also like one of the downfalls, right? Because sometimes people don't realize exactly what they're handing over, which is kind of one of the nicer things about OAuth 2 as well, is the fact that there's resource scoping. So resource scoping kind of like allows people to like say, oh, I want to integrate this app, but just give it access to read my public repos. Don't give it access to read all my private repositories. So it's kind of nice because it gives the user a degree of control on like, what they're actually going to be handing over through the API. And then there's also the access and refresh tokens as per OAuth 2, and I've always been a huge fan of those, just because like, you get the initial access token and then you use it to refresh it and get a new one. So it has like some really good security features built in. I think that it's one of the things like a core part of our product is Zapier, right? It's like we have to track the access tokens, we periodically refresh them to keep them up to date. And it's kind of nice because it just keeps like, it ensures that it lessens your attack vector, because the longer you're using an access token or any kind of static key, that's just going to increase the amount of time it's going to get leaked somewhere, it's going to get viewed by somebody, or like, it's just going to be captured. So being able to rotate those fairly frequently is just like a great way to like, ensure that the attack surface is really small when it comes to that. So the question is like, these are the main ones. My question like really comes down to is like, which one's right for you, right? Like which, you're building an app and you want to expose an API, and then you make a decision, how do you want to expose it? It's really up to you. I think it also depends on the degree of like who's using it and the customer friendliness of it. Like for example, like if I could say an API that I'm never going to integrate with something in particular, like say like I have an API for monitoring some Redis databases or something. I'm typically not going to be calling that from an app. I'm probably going to be writing some kind of script somewhere, like some Python script or something that's going to call the API and say, hey, what's the status of this, right? Or call the API and report the stats that gets back to like statsd somewhere. I think for the machine-to-machine communication, API keys are definitely more preferable, just because it's easy to like just plug it in. JWT tokens are also immensely useful there as well, because it's just easy to just log into the app. You're pretty technical already because you're like writing a program that's using it, right? Generate the token, drop it in. The OAuth 2 for things that are being done from machines is like definitely a bit more complicated. Like for example, if I went to integrate with a OAuth 2 app, like I want to integrate with a script I have running on like one of my servers or something like that. There's definitely some steps I'm gonna have to take, right? I'm gonna have to do OAuth 2 login, I'm gonna have to capture that access token and then like put it into my script, or like set up a mechanism to manage it from my script and like refresh it. So there could definitely be like some complexities there. So if you have end users or customers are gonna be using your service, it's definitely recommended to go with the OAuth 2 approach, just because like I mentioned earlier, it's so much easier for customers to use it, especially non-technical people. If you have some kind of notes app and somebody wants to sync their notes to, like say their guests from GitHub into that note app, it can be pretty easy for like, I have an OAuth 2 API. Well, GitHub has an OAuth 2 API, so certain APIs that would take OAuth 2 and mix it up a little bit, right? Like that, make some changes to it. We had a lot of like people, and that's because I think Auth0 even has like a write-up on.
Tá, beleza, eu acabei dando uma volta maior do que eu precisava aqui, mas é só porque eu tava curioso mesmo. Quero entrar logo nesses assuntos de segurança, etc, mas por enquanto eu imagino que a gente não precisa disso. Principalmente quando a gente não tem nenhuma API, a gente vai fazer uma fake API, aí é duríssimo. Documents, create a module, writing app application. Vamos lá. E é duro, né? Ah, da hora. Documentação em português. GoLang.br.org, GoTurbo.br. Daoríssimo. Maio de 2021. Tá, então vamos começar fazendo uma API totalmente inapropriada, sem seguir nenhum padrão de... Quer dizer, seguindo os piores padrões de segurança, só pra gente testar se as coisas estão funcionando, se a gente consegue escrever uma API no Node. No caso aqui seria o main.go. Nossa, olha a merda que eu tô fazendo. Vamos lá, eu acho que eu não tenho. Não tenho Insomnia instalado aqui. Muito menos o Postman. Putz. Eu matei a máquina recentemente, então. Faz sentido eles não estarem agora. Insomnia. Nossa, pra baixar o Insomnia tem que logar, etc. Que desgraça. Olha aí o Insomnia. Olha o post. Quis dizer o post. Instalando o Insomnia aqui. Tá, estamos aqui no Insomnia já. Acho que eu vou colocar ele aqui. Insomnia. Fixar e iniciar, vamos colocar ele aqui. Request Collection, esse aqui. Vai ser o car instance. Backend, caramba, tá me dando uma dor no peito aqui. Ei. No peito e no pescoço. Preciso beber um pouco d'água, né? Já volto. Ai, 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 ai. Meu Deus, eu acho que eu realmente preciso voltar a comer mais frutas, ter uma alimentação mais saudável. Frutas, legumes. Que eu gosto de comer, eu simplesmente não tenho comprado. Minha alimentação tá bem desregrada e eu tenho que voltar a balancear ela. Ai. Diminuir o café, então. Quer dizer, então não, né? Também. Ai. Cara, instantes. API. Fazer uma verificação aqui. Ai, ai. No environment, managing environments. Eu uso as variáveis ambiente daqui do Insomnia. Insomnia using variables. Putz. Ué. Caramba, que desgraça. Ctrl espaço. Que desgraça. Hmm. Será que era porque eu tava usando um negócio nada a ver ali? Eu tava importando um... Quer dizer, eu não tava mais usando, né? Porque eu tava tentando usar uma... Mano, alguém tentando me mandar uma mensagem aqui, tentando entrar em contato. Beleza, né? Que eu tava tentando... Quer dizer, tentando não, de fato tinha um módulo que não estava sendo importado. Que não estava sendo usado, na realidade. Cannot use looking value function. Para isso que a gente precisava importar o HTTP. Users. O usuário tem um nick, um ID e um password. Ao contrário, pelo visto. Server is running. Ué. Esquisitíssimo. Esse aqui era um get, né? Post. Tá. Começamos a ter resposta aqui, hein? Ah, o Felipe que me chamou aqui no Instagram, tá aí assistindo. A coisa é só dar uma exclamação Discord aí. Aí, é isso. Tem um servidor que eu criei pro pessoal. Ah, você já entrou, caramba, o cara é ligeiro. ID igual a, sei lá, 1001, vírgula, separado por vírgula. Tá, propriedade, dois pontos valor, vírgula, propriedade, dois pontos valor, beleza. Nick. Coloquei string aqui. Coloca essa int. Password, qual que é a senha do jovem? Ah, é 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ah, não era só isso? Ah, tá. A senha também é um string. Vai ter que colocar colocar uma vírgula em todos os lugares. Tá bom, né? Aqui o 2 e o 3 vai ser o jovem. Acho que eu escolhi um péssimo nome. Inválido, vamos colocar jovem oficial. Um jovem fake. Colocar o nosso amigo Lisgid. É o nick de um amigo. A senha dele é 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Não. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. E temos também o 5HP. Não, o nome dele é muito curto. Real 5 HP. Esse é 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 também. Não, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ué. O ruim do clear daqui do terminal do Visual Studio é que ele não dá um clear de verdade, mas beleza. Ai, ai. Vou no banheiro de novo. Acabei de beber o maior potão d'água porque eu tava passando mal quase. Eu acho que eu tava passando mal, ou em princípio de passar mal. E agora eu já tô bem. Ai, ai, ai. O que a gente pode fazer aqui? Para começar mais legal. que a gente vai ter aqui? Que a gente não tem só um ID, a gente tem o public ID. A gente também vai ter os tokens. É. Isso aqui eu tô inventando do nada, eu não sei exatamente qual é o melhor método de se fazer, mas eu imaginei uns negócios aqui na minha mente. No caso, um token seria um par de ID e par de ID e sessão e usuário, mas por enquanto não sei qual seria a utilidade dessa sessão exatamente. Então vou colocar um user ID. Isso aqui seria um string. E vamos também descobrir como é que a gente consegue um valor aleatório aqui. GoLang random string. get random token ID string Caramba, esse código tá muito bagunçado. A gente tinha exatamente aqui um exemplo de busca por ID, web service, vamos copiar e depois tentar entender isso. User login. Temos aqui o login. Posso começar com underline? Acho que sim. Login, password. O que é esse underline? Esse aqui é o tipo? Não tem um else aqui? Putz, é dura. GoLang if else. Ué, era pra estar funcionando finamente. Aí de fato tá. O que a gente vai fazer aqui, ó, vamos criar uma função create token que vai retornar o token criado. A gente precisa também de uma lista de tokens, cadê? Valid tokens token um ID que é o próprio ID. E tô editando no lugar errado. User ID, que é o ID do amigo ali, né? Que no caso é um número inteiro. De tokens.add, não, append, copy, paste, só ativar. How to instantiate a struct object in GoLang. Tá, parece que é melhor assim, então var token token.id igual a get random token id token.userid create token é dura, create token seria uma boa ele receber o ID do usuário, né? Receber o usuário em si. E aqui a gente retorna o token ID, certo? E aqui no login se existir esse usuário ou se o usuário tiver, se o nick tiver certo e a senha tiver certo, a gente já cria um token com base nesse usuário e ele vai retornar um ID. Vamos lá, a cabeça já está parando de funcionar. É o ID do token, certo? Então a gente já cria uma nova estrutura aqui. Vai ser login response. Login response tem um token. Que é um string, que no JSON vai se chamar token. Acho que só isso. Response, login response, né? Até tem que declarar a variável. Bebi um café, né? Var response, login response, response.token igual a create token user. E aqui a gente manda o response. Status ok, 200. Status not found 4.4. Status accepted, bad gateway, bad request, conflict, expectations failed. Login erro, HTTPS status code 401. É isso? Status de código de resposta. Bad request. Tá 404. Status not found. Status unauthorized 401, beleza. Ok, created, accepted. Status created 201. Quiser aparecer aqui, né? Então, isso aqui é apenas para debugging, inicialmente. É assim que se escreve empty? Ou é empty? Tá certo. Que isso? Deixa eu rodar esse aqui lado a lado. Eita desgraça. Vamos ver que o negócio tá funcionando, que é uma beleza. Ah, eu acho que eu não mudei a função. User login. E agora deve estar funcionando corretamente. Já deu um 404 bolado aqui. Acho que esses for... Eu tô achando que o negócio é um for each, mas talvez não seja. GoLang for. Então, for bem normal até. For each. Debugar isso aqui pra ver se tá tudo certinho, que parece que não tá. Ué. Ai, ai. Será que é isso aqui? Ai, ai. Tem que declarar o Jason. Modelo do Jason, na realidade. Login response. Login request. Vai ser diferente do que eu tava planejando. login string. Login. Esse pedaço de código especificamente está além da minha compreensão, por enquanto. Então acho que no login request. Não, deixa. No login request a gente pode colocar o token e o token e a senha e o login. Login ponto. Eu acho que já tá dando um bom, hein? Vamos verificar. Com not found aqui. Já vem fake, da hora. 404. Resposta nula. Ai, tudo funcionando direitinho. Eu não tinha percebido aqui que o token tava funcionando. E vou no banheiro de novo. Opa, temos as mensagens aqui, eu não tinha visto. Cara, eu vendo coisas em qualquer outra linguagem eu até entendo. Em Go eu fico nessa também, está além da minha compreensão. Parece que eu voltei a não saber programar. Pois é, mano. Na realidade parece mais, eu te entendo. Eu imagino que parece mais com tá usando um framework que você não lê a documentação, que é exatamente isso. Pericles de Konoha. Salve, salve. E aí, mano, salve, salve, Chompinha. Não tinha visto vocês aí, foi mal. Quer dizer, eu vi agora, né? Mas eu vou fazer um pips e já volto. Estou back. Aqui para título de teste, o que a gente vai fazer? Vamos duplicar esse not found, duplicate. Not JSON. E aqui vai ser um XML, sei lá. EOF 400 bad request. Beleza, então pelo visto as coisas começam a fazer mais sentido. Esse show de bind JSON deve ser uma validação para verificar se isso aqui é JSON mesmo. Esse aqui vai retornar um erro. Se não ocorrer nenhum erro, ou se ocorrer um erro, isso aqui vai ser diferente de nulo. Você dá um bad request dizendo que isso aqui não é JSON, com essa mensagenzinha aqui. Erro e o nome do erro, ou a descrição do erro, sei lá. Acho que nem isso precisa, na real a gente dá um print aqui. Não, dá um log. Log ponto Nossa, mas essas mensagens já tem um tempo, hein? Agora que eu fui ver. Da hora. Ai, ai, ai. Login by token. Agora que eu vi que tinha o is not empty. GoLang. User handler. Create. Oi, jovem, tô querendo aprender a programar. Salve, salve, Cretman. Comecei um curso de algoritmo, pô, tá no caminho certo. Já tenho uma ideia do que quer fazer? Quer ir pra game dev? Quer ir pra web? Software? É uma boa? É o caminho ideal. Normalmente as pessoas seguem dois caminhos. O caminho de já começar colocando a mão na massa e o caminho mais correto, que é esse aí que você está fazendo. Cara, eu queria a princípio aprender a fazer contrato de criptomoedas Solid. Não sei exatamente aonde que esbarram essas coisas. Também não manjo muito de blockchain e criptomoedas em si. Eu sei o que são, sei como funciona, mas não sei dessas ramificações aí. Então, mas para programação em geral, que você... Vou dar um exemplo. Para quem quer desenvolver jogos. Normalmente as pessoas começam já querendo colocar a mão na massa, tipo, aprender enquanto faz, só que existe muita teoria por trás, saca? Daí as pessoas conseguem avançar alguma coisa nisso, para desenvolvimento de jogos em si, só que não vão entender o que as coisas estão por trás, na realidade como as coisas funcionam por trás, na realidade vão ter muita dificuldade de entender o funcionamento das coisas em si, saca? Tipo, você consegue fazer um Frankenstein pesquisando como faz cada parte do seu game e colocando em prática, só que você não consegue entender o que você está fazendo. Daí, quando você, depois disso, ela percebe que precisa entender de algo, ou ela desiste, na realidade. O padrão é as pessoas desistirem, mas quando elas não desistem, elas acabam seguindo, voltando lá do início, que é aprender algoritmo e aprender estrutura de dados. Daí começa a se empenhar, a aplicar esse conhecimento na linguagem dela, no caso do Unity. Quando você começa a tentar fazer jogos em Unity, você começa a aplicar esse conhecimento no C# e começa a entender por que as coisas que você fazia antes funcionavam ou não. Você começa a entender o que está por trás. Daí é o que eu tô falando, tipo, são os dois caminhos. Eu comecei assim, mas eu acabei não desistindo e aí comecei a estudar o que tinha por trás e aí entender o que estava fazendo. Mas eu imagino que se eu tivesse começado por lógica de programação, estrutura de dados, eu não tenho certeza do que aconteceria. Talvez eu desistisse porque seria um negócio meio chato, ou talvez não. No meu caso, talvez não, porque eu fazia parte do meu técnico da escola, então eu ia ser obrigado a aprender isso. E eu acabei aprendendo em paralelo, saca? Mas para quem está aprendendo sozinho, eu imagino que isso pode ser meio frustrante. Os dois caminhos são frustrantes, então tem que perseverar mesmo. Eu tô pensando em aprender JavaScript também, kaká. É o padrão, né? Normalmente pessoas começam com JavaScript, até porque você tem um console aqui, basicamente, para você não precisa nem instalar um ambiente de desenvolvimento. Você consegue já fazer uns testes aqui no console, você consegue escrever um texto no bloco de notas e já escrever os primeiros scripts ali. Então eu recomendo sim, tipo, não tem nenhuma coisa especial no JavaScript e não tem nenhum ponto contra isso. Na realidade é bem recomendado até você começar isso, principalmente se você for para web, que uma hora ou outra você vai ter que mexer com JavaScript. mas é uma ótima linguagem para você começar a aprender. E parece que o Nightbot o Nightbot te deu um cancelamento aí. Postei um link, é duro. Mas era de quê? Do contrato do Solid de Smart Chain. E perguntar se tu entende algo. Eu não entendo nada, eu só sei exatamente como funciona. Sei como funciona o blockchain e sei como funciona uma criptomoeda. Só que nada além disso, saca? MVC exemplo, Approach. Há quantos anos no ramo? 4 anos. Desde o início como game dev, como eu tinha dito, tipo, por acaso calhou de quando eu começar a mexer com desenvolvimento, ser o mesmo ano que eu entrei no técnico da escola que eu nem sabia do que era, só sabia que era de informática. E aí eu comecei tudo junto, saca? Ao mesmo tempo que eu tava estudando por conta própria como fazer um jogo diretamente, eu já ia recebendo os mesmos conteúdos. Calhou de ser, eu tive a sorte por causa disso, calhou de ser os mesmos conteúdos que eu ia que eu ia usar no game dev, que provavelmente eu não procuraria por conta própria. Era a mesma teoria que eu estava recebendo na escola, só que a mesma linguagem, inclusive C#, era a mesma linguagem que eu deveria aprender, eu acabei aprendendo, mas não por conta própria, saca? Desenvolvimento de games foi por conta própria, mas o desenvolvimento em si, toda a teoria por trás, foi por conta que era a matéria do técnico da escola. Mas eu gostava de qualquer jeito, saca? Daí eu acabo não sendo muito padrão para isso. Eu entendo como a maioria das pessoas acabam acontecendo isso, de tipo, seguindo um desses dois padrões. Coruja School. Bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite, boa madrugada, sei lá. Tem como aprender programação sem saber nada do inglês? Tem, porém, essa resposta é meio complicada. Resumindo, sim, tem como você aprender a programar sem saber nada de inglês. E tem como você continuar programando sem saber nada de inglês. Porém, seu nível, você vai ficar dependendo do material em português. E também você vai depender das linguagens em português, que são quase nenhuma. Na realidade, o que eu conheço de linguagem não são nem linguagens de programação, são linguagens de aprendizado que não são feitas em português. É porque, tipo, as linguagens de programação em si, que é como você escreve o código, você tá vendo aqui, tipo, o que tá aqui nos quadradinhos é o código em si, o que eu uso para programar. Isso aqui é o material. Você vê que, tipo, tanto o código é escrito, quer dizer, tanto o código legado, o código que já vem das linguagens de programação, tem o padrão de ser escrito em inglês, que é a linguagem mais universal, quanto o código que a pessoa escreveu é escrito em inglês, quanto o artigo que eu estou lendo é em inglês. Por quê? Porque inglês é a língua padronizada dos conteúdos, é a língua onde você vai encontrar mais conteúdos. E se alguém for produzir um conteúdo, normalmente, sei lá, se você tiver um professor de inglês que ele vá criar algum conteúdo, provavelmente se ele quiser alcançar um nível maior de pessoas, ele vai escrever em inglês também, saca? Daí a gente acaba padronizando e, tipo, se você quer ser um bom programador, quer dizer, se você for estudar em si, você vai esbarrar muito no inglês. E se você quiser crescer em si, você vai ter que consumir bastante conteúdo em inglês, e para você consumir você vai precisar entender inglês, saca? Se você ficar traduzindo isso aqui no Google Tradutor, etc., vai te custar bastante tempo e tal. Chega a ser quase inviável, não é impossível. Porém, não todos os pontos, todos os caminhos apontam para você aprender inglês, e aprender inglês para essa área só vai te agregar, saca? Não vai ter nenhum contra. Vou ver se eu faço aula de inglês técnico na internet. É uma boa. Mas ao mesmo tempo, cara, eu digo por experiência própria, eu não sei se a minha experiência nesse canto também é válida, porque eu já entendia bastante de inglês, mas o meu inglês, eu percebi que por buscar o conteúdo em si, ele já ia evoluindo, saca? Pelo simples fato de eu entrar muito em contato com, com o conteúdo, com o material em inglês, o inglês que eu ia usar, que é o inglês técnico, o inglês focado para a área técnica de informática, tipo, eu já ia entendendo melhor as palavras e tudo que tinha a ver com a área, eu tinha um entendimento maior, saca? Ou seja, ao mesmo tempo que eu já tinha um entendimento bom de inglês antes, eu vi que o simples fato de eu consumir o material em inglês melhorava o meu inglês, saca? Então, pode acabar não sendo necessário você procurar estudar inglês por fora, mas varia de pessoa para pessoa. Também pode ser que você precise, mas isso não vai. Você estudar por fora não vai ser ruim, sabe? Tipo, só tem a agregar. Então eu recomendo que faça isso, mas eu não digo que é estritamente necessário. Mas para você aprender a lógica da programação, o básico, você consegue sim no YouTube, você vê muito material em português, etc. Tem uma linguagem de programação que não é exatamente a linguagem de programação, mas para você aprender a lógica, que é o Portugal, onde você programa em português, você consegue entender a lógica em si em português, mas aí depois você vai, se você for para a web, você começa a programar em HTML, JavaScript, etc. Você vai encontrar inglês em tudo, então é quase como não tivesse como escapar. É tipo 0,01% de caminho para você seguir sem aprender inglês, e o resto é tudo o que resta, saca? 99,9% dos caminhos envolvem você aprender inglês. Então eu só não digo que não tem como escapar, porque não são 100%, né? Mas é praticamente isso. Espero que tenha dado para entender, né? Tô fazendo o curso da Udemy de Web Developer Bootcamp. Pô, brabo. Eu não tenho muita ideia dos conteúdos da Udemy, mas eu imagino que deve ter com qualidade, né? Então já é alguma coisa. we have imported you. Project structured. Será que é só isso? Models. Controllers. Ai, ai. Ai. Será que a gente... Tô achando que eu tô à beira de começar com microserviços, sendo que eu não estava preparado, quer dizer, não estava esperando migrar para isso tão rápido, na realidade, de entender, colocar na prática tão rápido quanto eu estava imaginando. Tô quase sendo forçado a isso. É o que eu tô sentindo que tá acontecendo aqui. Talvez não. Eita. Java Dev barra instantes API. Acho que as coisas estão começando a fazer sentido agora. Acho que as coisas estão começando a fazer sentido. Cadê a pasta que tá? Ah, que susto, mano. Meu Deus, quase que eu morro do coração agora. Salve Union996, acabou de seguir a gente na Twitch, quase me matar do coração, tamo juntão, meu friend. Porra, tomou sustinho, foi? Eu acho que sim, meu friend. Será que foi? Maluco. Eu tenho que mutar esse negócio, mano. Ou diminuir o áudio, às vezes eu esqueço dessa desgraça. Caramba, coisa que eu morro, é sempre isso. Ai, calma lá. Tá, backend server. Eu acho que isso aqui vai ser meio diferenciado agora. KKK vai rindo. Vai ser cada instante authenticator. Go mod init jovdev barra instantes off. Acho que tá uma boa já. Main.go. O que eu tirei daqui? Putz. Nossa. Agora que eu me liguei que eu perdi uma parte do negócio aqui. Acho que tá por aqui ainda. Tá. Nossa, eu perdi o negócio de graça. Create tokens. Get your random token ID. Copiar isso aqui tudo e a gente já passa para lá pro Authenticator, certo? Salvou. Go mod Tide, parece. Acho que isso já serve. Deixa eu ver se eu já consigo importar isso aqui. Aqui a gente faz um init. Func init. Frente office running, que sei lá, value string Calma. Parece que o que eu tava imaginando era uma pura ilusão. Deixa para lá. Eu acho que eu abri aqui o negócio errado. Eu abri o negócio errado. Cara, instantes API. Isso aqui fecha, né? Isso aqui remove. Aqui get token by id int não, na realidade get token by id string token Array basic, cham, config, funk. Reject. Talvez eu tenha que fazer então um negócio tipado, um retorno de dois tipos. Quer dizer, uma função com dois retornos. Token e erro. Entendi nada, calma lá. Que isso. Ai. get user by token. Token user get user by ID. Se eu pagar isso aqui. Pelo menos printar aqui o negócio. Print. Pô, 2 respostas? Não. Ué. Ai. Ai, tem que ter um return. Ao contrário. Se o erro for igual a nulo, que é a mesma coisa. Ué. Impossível. Mano, qual a possibilidade? Eu acho que eu consegui 2 tokens. Com o mesmo 2 tokens aleatórios iguais em menos de 5 tentativas, mais ou menos. Extremamente improvável. Vou criar aqui uma validação para verificar se esses tokens já existem ou não, né? Valide tokens, create token, get random token ID. Funk token already exists. Token ID already exists. GoLang while ai, ai. Nossa, tá muito bagunçado, mas muito mesmo. Queria aplicar um MVC aqui. Login response vai ser um token. Um int id. Madrugada produtiva hoje, hein? É. Vai vendo. São quantas horas de live? 8 horas. Humilde. tu tá acordado essa hora por quê, menor? Tá aí ainda? Morreu? Tá digitando? Não me viu? Não sei. Questões. Login response. Ah, ao contrário, putz. Int. E o name é string, né? Tô aqui, pô, já dormi e acordei assistindo sua live, humilde. Por isso tô aqui. Ah, faz sentido. Struct field name has a JSON tag but it's not exported. Response token. Get user by ID. E como lá, user get token by ID. Create token. Ah, já tem o usuário aqui. Putz. Response.name igual a user.nick response.id igual a user.publicId. Por enquanto não tem muita diferença. Qual é? E aí, entrei só por acaso mesmo, não entendo nada de programação. Salve, salve, aloprado. Então você tá no lugar certo, menor. Aqui é o lugar onde você descobre o que é programação e descobre por que você gostava disso, mesmo sem saber. Ah, apareceu Ah, apareceu aqui, agora que eu vi. Tenho 2 amigos programadores e acho legal, mas não entendo nada. Pô, é assim que começa, cara. Quer dizer, normalmente eu não começo tendo amigos programadores, né? Ou talvez, sei lá. Começa achando legal. Aí depois o segundo passo é ter curiosidade. E o terceiro é levar essa curiosidade para alguma coisa. Não ficar só na curiosidade. Você tá no estágio 1. Que pra mim já é digno de respeito, saca? O estágio 0 é... não entender nada. Quer dizer, não entender nada é o estágio 1. Não, achar legal é o estágio 1. O estágio 0 é não achar legal. O estágio -1 é você achar uma bosta. Brinks. Mas é isso, é divertido no final das contas. Quer dizer, pra quem gosta é divertido. É quase como um jogo, na real. Você pode levar assim, eu levo como se fosse um jogo. Me perdi aqui. Login request. User. Então, public ID vai ser a partir do 100.000. Não, 100.000 e 500. Por que, Deus? É a partir de 100.001. Ai. Ai. Get user by ID. Get user by public ID. Public ID. Deixa eu ver se aqui tá funcionando de verdade. Ah, o meu não funciona, mano. Eu não tenho o negócio. Pô, é duríssimo. Ui. Enquanto isso, eu vou aqui no String Elements. Meus overlays. Overlay 1. Object setting. Emote explosion. Ah, tá. Putz. Tinha ativado para os followers por algum motivo. Tá, já temos um login que funciona. Te dá errinho aqui. Da not found 404. Um login pelo token, apenas pelo token. Calma lá, quando você loga pelo token, você não tem nome, não tem registro, não tem nada. Name, ID, user.nick, user.public ID. Então, ao contrário. É todo dia isso, velho. Essa geração... Ah, que susto, maluco! Caramba, quase que eu morro aqui. Só... Eu tenho que tirar esse alerta, velho. Pelo menos na madrugada, porque quase que eu tenho um infarto que eu esqueço desse bagulho. Salve Code Brandão 404, acabou de seguir a gente na Twitch. Tamo juntão, my friend. Mais um aí da gangue da morte da madrugada. Que porra, mano, tá duro. Até me perdi aqui no que eu tava fazendo. Tudo bom? Tudo bom, my friend. Quase morri aqui, mas tirando isso passo bem por aí. Como é que vai essa madrugada aí? Essa geração de token aleatório não tá tão aleatório assim. Eu já consegui repetir essa desgraça aqui umas 2 vezes. Vou pegar esse aqui então. Working fine. Bom demais, então tá bom demais. Se tá bom, então não tá ruim, né? Oi. Mas aí, então... aqui não cria outra seção. Quer dizer, não cria outro token, então tá certo. A partir de então, eu acho que só isso já tá bom. Carestantes online. Eu não vou fazer MVP não, MVC agora. MVC? Crude. Não vou fazer um crude agora porque eu acho que não cabe no escopo. Vamos ver primeiro, vamos colocar essa API para funcionar. E daí então a gente, depois do MVC rodando, do MVP rodando, a gente faz um CRUD de usuário. Por enquanto a gente só precisa de um login com esses negócios que estão imputados mesmo do banco de dados. 8 horas e meia de live, será que já tá bom? Tá bom de parar já? O limite é 12 horas, mas... Deixa eu sair no banheiro. Acho que eu vou pegar um negócio pra me comer, mano. Acho que o estômago já tá começando a roncar de verdade. Quando chega nesse ponto é duríssimo de continuar. Só ver se alguém mandou mensagem aqui. Bixby Voice. Tô com vontade deu agora de comer um bolo de chocolate, mano. Acho que eu tô grávida. Deu um desejo agora fortíssimo. Vou no banheiro, eu já volto. Então, igualmente um fumante que diz sempre que vai ser o último cigarro. Eu tô na minha última caneca aqui. Mas dessa vez eu acho que é sério porque o café acabou de acabar. Eu oficialmente tomei 1 litro de café. E eu acho que vai ser o fim da live. Se eu vou terminar de comer esse pão aqui. Também tenho que consertar meus horários, né? Porque, pô, ficar online até as 5 horas da manhã é duríssimo. E aí, vocês não falam não, mano? Aí caiu o máximo. Tá, temos aqui o Data Manager. Que o Player ID não vai começar mais com 1. Public string player. String igual a null, eu posso dizer que string é null? Posso. Public bool is logged. Está logado, como eu traduziria isso? Não parece que é só is logged. Está logado. Is logged in.
Is logged in.
Is logged in. Caramba, deu um negócio aqui no pescoço de novo, mano. Isso já tá começando a me assustar. Is logged in.
Is logged in. Is logged in.
Is logged in. Void try string token try login string login string password void first login first login não, né? Start configs player prefs ponto ASCII player token try login, player prefs.get string, player token. Else. Show login pane. Tá, vamos ter que criar uma cena separada. Add new scene. Main camera a gente remove. Que isso? Add new scene, UI, canvas. Isso aqui vai ser save scene. Game scenes, main scene, login scene. UI image. 1920, 1080, match rate, UI image, body. Esse aqui é o 900 por 900. Novecentos e oitenta. Brabo. Melhor. Mil duzentos e oitenta. Mil trezentos e quarenta. Que isso, é muita audácia. Input field text mesh. Width 600, 100 de altura. Ah, que susto! Todo dia é isso. Morrendo aqui por causa dessa notificação desgraçada. Salve café do developer. Eu ia falar café do dev e depois de falar café do developer, sei lá. Eu prefiro chamar café do dev, pode ser? Fala, bom dia, meu friend. Caramba, agora que eu vi, eu ia falar boa madrugada, mas já é dia, basicamente. Madruguei aqui. Café do developer. Placeholder, vamos colocar aqui o nick. Não, login ficou melhor, né? Login. No texto, sei lá, jovem. Whitfield. Jovem. Coloca no meio. No texto em si, coloca bold. E tá bom, né? Vamos diminuir aqui o espaço entre os caracteres. -7 tá bom demais. E agora tira aqui o texto padrão para ficar só login. Vamos aproveitar e tirar esse itálico aqui que tá feio. Colocar um bold fica bom também. E aqui a gente aumenta ao invés de diminuir o espaço. Normalmente sou o primeiro DevBR a abrir live aqui na Twitch, kkk. Abro 5h40, é por quê? É horário gringo? A única coisa, o único motivo plausível que eu imaginei. 5h40 abrir uma live, velho. Eu tô online agora, mas é porque eu abri a... sei lá, deixa eu ver aqui que horas que eu postei os stories. Não saberei te dizer agora, mas foi tarde, barra cedo, barra sei lá o que. Acho que foi às 8 horas na realidade da noite. É isso, sou dodói. Caramba. Aí é dura. Acho que 12 ficou demais aqui. 6 tá bom já. Tá bonito já. Input field vai ser o login input. E embaixo a gente tem o password input, password. Vou dar aqui o placeholder para password. Esse password ficou meio feio, meio muito feio. Vou diminuir aqui. Se bem que os dois ficaram esquisitos assim, um diferente do outro. Então eu vou diminuir dos dois aqui. Pronto, fica menos 5. Humilde. Pera, que? Pera, sei que deu um gole em uma xícara cheia de café quente sem açúcar. Quase morri agora, que minha língua ia expressa. Amargo só é desgraça. É God. F língua então. F paladar. Daqui a pouco vai ficar um sei lá, sabe quando você queima a língua? Putz, você deve saber, provavelmente deve estar com a língua queimada agora. É duríssimo. Café amargo, tipo, puramente amargo e sem açúcar, eu acho que é uma coisa que tá na minha lista de coisas pra fazer, coisas pra tomar, experiências pra viver, porque eu comecei a tomar café sem açúcar e pra mim, tipo, eu tô me acostumando de boa. Agora o café amargo de fato e sem açúcar é duríssimo. Eu uso Linux, tá ligado? Tô ligado. Quer dizer, não tô ligado, mas agora eu tô. password input, se a gente colocar 1, 2, 3 aqui, a gente tipo password god, e não dá pra gente colocar aqui os valores, o tipo de input, tipo os caracteres suportados, não, né? Tamanho limite da senha, vamos colocar, sei lá, 20 caracteres, tá bom? 30, 32. Acho que tá bom. Aí eu boto um alias no processo virar please. Aí fica tipo please Pac-Man, caramba. Poder como super user para instalar o Discord pelo Pac-Man. Ao invés de instalar, ao invés de sudo eu uso please god. Login password. Que esse password aqui aceita qualquer coisa, né? Se bem que eu acho que é padrão. Esse password pode aceitar qualquer coisa. Textiário. Custom, bravo. Line type. Input type password. Keyboard type. Tá, vamos colocar password por enquanto. Pra mim não ter que lidar com isso agora. Tá, com a senha então de 6 caracteres aqui. Ficaria assim. É humilde. Gosto demais. Aqui no BR é pequena comunidade de C e T. Mas quando ela fica grandinha, tipo a gringa. C e T, não entendi. Deixa eu apagar aqui. Está meio feio isso aqui, hein? Bastante feio. Ciência e tecnologia. Beleza, entendi. Quem tiver aqui cedo vai destacar. God. Eu não tô muito contando com isso, saca? Pra ser sincero, não querendo desmerecer nem nada, mas tipo, eu não tô na Twitch pra ser o streamer boladão de game dev ou alguma coisa assim, saca? Na real, quase isso, porém não focado nas lives. Eu tô aqui pra tentar aumentar a comunidade de game dev no Brasil em si, saca? Fomentar a comunidade do game dev. Porque basicamente você não tem espaço para crescer você não tem opção para crescer aqui no Brasil, tipo, se você quer evoluir além do básico, você basicamente é fagocitado pela gringa, saca? Em algum momento você acaba não tendo opções, você não tem opção de ficar aqui no Brasil, se você quer crescer, você tem que sair. Daí eu quero tentar mudar esse cenário. É meio pretensioso querer fazer isso sozinho, mas tipo é o que tem pra fazer, saca? Além de ficar olhando a situação como tá. Daí, tipo, eu não penso em ser. Eu não me vejo como streamer, saca? Talvez como educador no máximo. Tipo, se eu fosse sair. Quer dizer, eu não sou educador agora, porque eu não tenho nenhum conteúdo didático de nada, mas é o que eu tô. É o que eu tô no caminho, talvez que acabe esbarrando nisso. Sei lá, saca? Mané, já conhece o Hub? Hub? Que Hub? O que tá falando? É uma comunidade de devs no Discord. Me chamaram pra alguns... Ah, Hub Tech? Conheço. Quer dizer, não conheço de conhecer, né? Por algum motivo eu tô aqui no Discord, mas é porque me mandaram a lista de servidores do Discord. Daí eu acabei entrando neles. Entrei no HubTech, o ames.co e o Caverna do Patocórnio. Mas eu não sou familiarizado com nenhuma dessas comunidades, nem sei até onde vão. Pra mim eram só servidores no Discord. E lá também tem vários devs de game. Ah, God. Vou dar uma olhada melhor então nesse servidor específico. Salve, Gustavo da Hora Dev aí de novo. Cara, o pessoal do Hub tá em peso aqui na Twitch. Olha aí o Gustavo. Ih, todo mundo aqui já se conhece? Que isso? Inclusive eu acho que foi o Gustavo que me falou do Hub, né? Eu não me lembro muito bem aqui, deixa eu ver. Sobre anúncios, links. Foi ele mesmo que mandou aqui os links lá no meu Discord e mandou os links dos outros servidores do Discord. Fala, Gustavo, eu aqui fazendo propaganda da Hub. Já tava lá. Pô, mas o mic do Gustavo é uma delícia aí. Aí eu não entendi. Eu acho que... Eu não lembro se foi dele. Eu tô agora talvez confundindo. Deixa eu ver aqui. Se não me engano, o Gustavo foi o meu primeiro inscrito aqui na Twitch. E eu tinha dito pra ele que eu ia ser o... Deixa eu ver aqui. Só pra ver se não tô falando bobeiras. Foi ele mesmo aqui, o primeiro inscrito. Eu falei, cara, você tá tendo a honra de ser o primeiro inscrito, o primeiro follow do futuro maior streamer de game dev da Twitch. De game dev talvez, né? Quiçá do mundo. Quer dizer, eu falei maior streamer do Brasil, quiçá do mundo, mas por enquanto estou focado em documentar essas paradinhas aqui. Depois começar com um canal do YouTube, saca? Para abordar os conteúdos em si de uma maneira didática, da forma que eu imagino que vai ser daorinha pro pessoal entender. Saca? Não um bagulho de conteúdo maçante, etc. Mas também não uma coisa tão esdrúxula, um bagulho meio termo entre técnico e não chato, saca? Pô, mas o mic do Gustavo é uma delícia, tipo, ele configurou muito bem. Ah, tá. Sim, caraca, vocês não dormem não, XD. Eu acordo às 5, kkk, assim. Pode crer, maior do mundo, depois do café developer. Não, aí sim, né? Não, ele é de game dev também, senão a gente vai ter que cair na porrada daqui a pouco, cara. Eu sinto te contar isso, mas a gente vai ter que fazer na mão serinho. Mas se for de web, aí tudo bem, né? A gente deixa passar. Ele vai ser o maior de web ou eu vou ser o maior de game dev? Tô tomando café, que isso. Pô, curti a ideia, mano. Só nada, pô. Só vou ser o maior porque tenho certos privilégios. Ih, que isso. A ironia, ok? Ah, então beleza. Ué, a ironia é a parte que você... Ué. A ironia é a parte dos privilégios. O cara tem 13 anos, que? Mas eu tô crescendo pra caramba por causa do privilégio mesmo. Ah, tu tem... Que isso? O cara tem 13 anos, mano. Já tá viciado em café, mano? E os 13 anos que tá fazendo despertar aqui na Twitch. Ah, tá, entendi. Pô, mas ainda assim eu acho que... Ah, eu não sei se eu posso dizer que... Deixa eu ver aqui. É porque eu eu ainda não vi muito sobre o canal, né? Tipo, literalmente eu vi o nome e vi aqui que você faz sobre ciência e tecnologia. E a bio, que é por qual motivo você está lendo a minha bio. Mas, tipo, não sei se você vai poder dizer que ah, nossa, eu só tô crescendo aqui na Twitch por causa da minha idade e tal, quando eu fizer 18. Não, pô, eu imagino que deve ter alguma coisa a mais, né? Se com 13 anos ele já é melhor do que eu, imagino no futuro, eu acho. Que isso, Gustavo, não se rebaixe jamais, God. Ai. Claro. Aí é God. Login input. Vamos lá, apareceu que você tá online? Não entendi nada. Vamos ver aqui a live do... Você tá na pré-live? A live já vai começar, God. Será que eu tô vazando aqui? Alô. Não. Chat exclusivos para seguidores? Eu achei que tinha seguido já. Pegou o café e começa a seguir. Humilde. Salve Jinx maravilhosa, acabou de seguir a gente na Twitch, tamo juntão, my friend. Obrigado por seguir a Jinx maravilhosa. Ué, entendi. A gente tá tomando gank aqui aleatoriamente. Será que é um bot essa Jinx? Ou será que é jungle? Brinks.
Que isso, hein, meu lindo? Pô, que isso.
Ih, vazou. Não. Ah, não é bot não, galera. Aí, meu lindo, vazou. Vazou demais. Tá, me perdi aqui no negócio que eu tava fazendo, mano. Não sou muito adepto em colocar um cabeçalho ali em cima, mas eu acho que vai ser bom pra depois colocar uma mensagem de erro no futuro. Mas por enquanto não. Vou colocar só com o texto aqui nesse placeholder. Só que não tem mais nada, mano. Eu vou ter que escrever simplesmente login grandão e pronto. Text Mesh Pro. Login. Então é desgraça aqui. Diminui o espaço dos caracteres. Será que se coloca aí? Vamos deixar assim por enquanto. Mas tô indo aqui porque começo às 5h42 e tá quase atrasado, hein, meu frente. Beleza. Tô indo pegar mais um café e usando o banheiro. Eu espero que não seja eu fazendo os dois ao mesmo tempo. Foi um prazer, meu mano. Vou aparecer aqui mais vezes. Pô, você está muito bem-vindo. Extremamente convidado para aparecer mais vezes. E é isso. Boa live aí, meu friend. Daqui a pouco eu já tô deslogando mesmo, porque já tô há 9 horas em live. Mas é isso, boa live. Login. Esqueci aqui o text, multilanguage text. O ID dele, vamos colocar um login. Login.title. Login panel. .title. Main scene, main menu. Login panel. Login. Vamos colocar um entrar. E para ficar traduzido, né? Ou logar. Será que ficou legal? Acho que não vai fazer muita diferença por enquanto. Login title. Login panel. login, header, melhor, né? Header.title, input.login.title, que vai ser o login só. Input.password.title, que vai ser o senha famosa. Login button. tamanho máximo 60. Tamanho máximo 70. Register. Esqueci do mantenha-me conectado. Aqui no body a gente vai no UI, input field. No HTML era o radio button. Deve ser o mark alguma coisa. Toggle. Será que tem um toggle em Text Mesh Pro? Tem nada. Keep connected. Remember password. Login panel button. Remember password. Text. Quando o celular começa a despertar, que realmente já passou da hora. Já passou a hora. Porra, passou da hora até de acordar. Imagina a hora de dormir, né? Jogo a gente coloca pra cá pra baixo. Vamos reposicionar essa galera aqui. Coloca pra cá, login button até o título levanta. Eita. Login button, não. Remember password. Jogou. Ou era toggle? Se eu não me engano, eu já tinha visto a pronúncia disso.
Toggle.
Toggle. Sabia. Password input. Remember password. Toggle. Yeah. Login panel. login panel. Ai, 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 ai. Public static login panel. Instance. Public bool is showing login enquanto public void login button if is showing login button. Nice, is showing login. Try to like Space 20. Private Game Object. Serialize Field. Manager não, né? Game Object. Using TM Pro. Não. UI. Para input field. Login input. Password input. Bit button. Toggle. Remember. Password toggle. Register button quanto interactable igual false. Register button ponto on click ponto add list, né? Register button. Última gotinha de café. Login. Aqui, input, text, password input text, primeiro password ponto velho, ponto ison. Acho que eu acabei de ter uma sacada. Switch. No. Nossa, deixa pra lá. É isso, galera. 10 horas de live, basicamente. Normalmente eu paro quando eu não consigo raciocinar mais, porém eu consigo raciocinar ainda. Mas a minha cabeça tá começando a doer um pouco, eu não sei, eu não tô me sentindo tão bem assim. Não sei exatamente, tipo. Acho que a culpa é do Gol. É muita coisa pra cima lá ao mesmo tempo. As informações novas, sei lá. Eu tô um pouco cansadinho. Muito esquisito, eu não consigo explicar, mas eu sei que melhor dar uma parada pra eu poder voltar a toda assim que eu acordar. Tô fazendo isso aqui quase no automático, na realidade. Eu acho que eu não tô. Talvez eu esteja quase exausto mentalmente, só que eu não estou sentindo isso porque essa tarefa aqui que eu tô fazendo é quase que manual, saca? Eu já fiz isso aqui algumas vezes. Quer dizer, na realidade esse padrão aqui, esses padrões aqui eu sempre sigo, então o raciocínio vem fácil. Só que não sei explicar. Eu sei que eu tô sentindo que eu tenho que parar pra dar uma descansada. E é isso. Na realidade parece que eu não tô conseguindo raciocinar mesmo, que eu não consigo explicar por que eu não tô conseguindo explicar essas coisas simples que eu tô tentando explicar. Ali, eu nem sei porque que eu tirei o óculos, não sei porque que eu guardei o óculos, mas é isso. Nem sei como é que eu encerro. Valeu, até mais. Não sei nem se tem alguém me assistindo agora, mas eu tô encerrando por aqui. Até mais tarde, que mais tarde a gente vai voltar ainda hoje. Vamos voltar terminando aqui de onde eu parei. Deixa eu ver se eu salvei tudo. O servidor do Gol tá aqui. Insomnia não tem o que salvar. Deixa eu ver se a gente progrediu aqui alguma coisa nessa to-do list. Acho que a gente progrediu alguma coisa. Authenticator Controller. Ou seria o Authentication Controller. Acho que a gente já tem, hein? A gente pode considerar que pro MVP a gente já tem um, hein? Get User ainda não, Get Inventário não. Pro servidor do WebSocket a gente não tem nada. Pro client a gente não pode considerar que tem um login porque eu ainda não testei. Server controle a gente tem, mas ao mesmo tempo não. É um server fake, né? Então a gente não pode marcar agora. Cine Manager eu nem dei tanta olhada assim, tipo... para escopar ele bem o que falta, o que não falta. Talvez falte detalhe, então eu não vou marcar. A gente teve progresso de 5% aqui. Melhor do que nada, né? Mas é isso, galera. Valeu, até mais. Vou encerrando aqui.